circle shifted? I think that circle is... No, it's still close.
Yeah, still closing. 30 seconds
slow.
left. Yeah, so
slow.
So slow indeed. And here comes Ace Kiddo with the DBS. Gets to. Can he finish him off? Oh, he does. their aggression, right? They have Fierce back in the lineup. Chico,
oh, look at that.
With the double. This is what we've been waiting for.
All right, yeah, just throw playing defensive out the window completely. Just push everything, because that is very obvious.
What the
Non-stop fighting at this compound, Jukes, and it's not even center zone. It's on the edge.
Oh, goodness gracious. We're starting to see things turn up here. Who's going to win this fight? As Crow goes for the knock and catches it on the Fears. That is disgusting. That has got to hurt.
Let's deal with a 1v2, a 1v1.
And the blue zone's coming. He's going to have to run out and wind the wide open. He's going for the res. That's not the play. That is not the play.
1v1.
Okay, yeah. Lu Zhang, I think, does know where he is in a little bit. Oh, he's shorted the day. He's panicking.
3 weeks, the 1v1, 4-1-2, Puppeteers. It all comes down to this moment. Aleem going into the open, the blue zone. He misses the chance. He gets some shots, and this is good. We're up to the hay bell. The lead, the CBS. And they are 3-point opening it right up.
They go, and the Nomads, man, just look at these nades looking so good. This is an entirely different 4-1-2, right? I was talking about this before. I wanted to see some, look at that, running into the fire, into the depths, and he's gonna go get knocked, but you know what? It don't matter. Here comes the rest of the squad. It's just Kubi up left. Uh-oh, he's got a DBS, something to watch out for. Okay,
we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of sight, dangerous dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the
the nice pre-fire should catch kindness. Passes some kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see execute. Try to, you know, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my God.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
No.
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
I can't believe it is finally time here to kick off the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Fall 2023 season. We've had 20 teams come into this, only 16 make it out alive to play in our finals, and now 5 will advance on through into the regionals, kicking off in just a few weeks' time. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I'm the hostess with the mostest, who likes to drink his Monster Energy drink, which is our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. I say hostess with the mostest, not to make fun of my co-analyst or my analyst here, but, you know, I am taller than him, I am better looking, and I definitely am not a wuss when it comes to tanning. Seven Worlds Gaming going to be joining me here to break down these next 3 days of action with 6 matches a day, man. Nice shirt.
I'll take the taller, but better looking? No way.
Hey, it's what the fans say, man. What can I say?
Okay.
Did you not look through all those PMPLNA hashtags posted on Instagram and Twitter? Because they were all saying that Jason Kaplan guy is
I thought that was
gorgeous.
just you making fake accounts, giving
It
yourself
was.
props. Okay,
But you know
that's
what?
what I thought.
I'll take it. How you doing, man? It's been we had a week off. We haven't seen each other. We haven't really talked to each other. What's been going on,
Like
man?
3 weeks, man. It's been great. I'm
yeah?
excited to see how these finals are going to be going. I'm excited to see if it's going to be in Hyper just dominating like we have seen in the past 2 phases. But I'm hoping, in a way, that's not the case. I'm hoping that some teams do start off hot here today and not slow. Come on,
Really?
just let me have that hope, okay?
Well, see,
at the end of
I
the day,
mean-
I think in Hyper will end up first place. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I get that completely. I think for me, the funny thing is, like, I'm on the other side of the coin, is where I want to see one team dominate. I want to see NHyper dominate. Because if I look at the teams and how they played out these 3 phases, there's only one team out there I think can contest in Americas and do well. And do well enough to take home the trophy for North America for the first time in... how long, man? It's been a long time since North America's taken a trophy at America's. But I want to see Hyper dominate. I want to see them continue to do what they've done phase in and phase out and take that into Americas and hopefully do something extraordinary. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure they're qualified at PMGC or will be because they have a massive lead over YKG in second place.
Yeah, they definitely got that spot secure at this point. I mean, there's always a chance, right? But with the way they've been playing, I don't think there is a chance that YKG can even get close to them in regards to the PMGC leaderboard, which kind of leads me to see how they're going to be playing for Hyper because they do have that spot already for PMGC. So are they going to be trying out different stuff? We saw them switching out some players here and there, especially during the phase 3 and towards the end there of phase 2. So you know what? I'll have to wait and see what they got in store for us. Maybe some domination. I wouldn't mind it.
For me, it's Hyper qualify to Americas. That's your main goal right now because that gives you experience against teams that you're going to be playing in at PMGC. Okay. So you might as well get as much experience you can go into the biggest event of the year. But as we do get into the biggest finals of the year for all these teams, let's take a look at the bonus points that our teams have accumulated over these 3 phases that we've had of play, because it's going to be very important going into this. And now you can see here in Hyper, well, they didn't do too well in the first phase. I think they finished 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. But they come out in number 1 place with a 14-point advantage over any other team.
Yeah, not even close, especially as you can see there, phase 2, phase 3. When you have YKG following them, we'll get a chance to talk more about these teams. That 14 lead should be able to benefit them in a huge way because these are the points that they're going to be starting off here in the finals, just like we're seeing right there on the screen. And for one team that I'm actually looking forward to, as we'll be able to get a chance to talk more about them, XTREME Slayer with those 21 points tied with YKG. I feel like that head-to-head should be very interesting when we actually start going through the matches and when we start seeing how some of these teams are performing after a couple days.
Yeah, I mean, you see XTREME Slayers, they're oh yeah, hopefully not a couple days. We have 3 of them. XTREME Slayers, though, like they've been just ever consistent. 6th place, or 6 points, 4 points, 6 points, and then 5 overall. Like this team has been the epitome of consistency, but I want to see still a little bit more out of them, right? I want to see more of that phase 1 aggression, not afraid to fight anyone, able to win out these close quarter combats. But then you look down the list here, and honestly, one team I would say going into this entire PMPL, and I don't feel bad saying it because I know you're going to back me up on it, I never would have expected 412 NOMADS to be in at 4th place right now.
I'm with you. And for me, that team is actually the biggest surprise so far of this. You talk about consistency, you can kind of see it right there in regards to the points what they got each phase, which is great to see, especially after phase 2, right? Phase 3, they got about the same, which kind of helped them out when we went to the general. And as we're going to be going here towards the 2nd page, we're going to see a lot of teams that are going to have to catch up, especially teams that are towards the bottom. Canadian Eagles, a team that I had a lot of hopes for when we actually did phase 1. And it's a team that has just fallen off in such a way that I don't know what to say about them, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. Well, we also have to jump in here really quickly while we see this, right? K19, Skills of Mine, BULUC, CHABTAN, Ace of Spades, or not Ace of Spades, sorry, it's Speedfire are 4 of the teams who unfortunately did not qualify through in our overalls to get into the finals. So ignore where they are on this overall bonus points because they don't matter because they unfortunately didn't qualify through, but hopefully we'll see them again next year. Because BULUC, CHABTAN, man, taking a look at phase 3, having those 3 chicken dinners, having that back-to-back chicken dinner as well out of them. It's a little bit, zone favoritism for them, but it was great to see that final push out of them. You just kind of wonder if they did that earlier on in the phases, would they have been able to qualify into the finals?
And what was interesting too, talking about BULUC CHABTAN did and that fight for 16th place, especially in the last day of phase 3, is the way Butterfly Effect was able to close that out because they decided to bridge camp BULUC CHABTAN in the last game. They're like, no, we're not even going to give you a slight chance to even make a top 16. And it's good to see that those teams have that proactiveness right now. I'm hoping with the 3-day finale that we're going to be having here, 6 matches that they're going to have to play in a row. I'm hoping that we see that proactiveness from the get-go. I don't want to wait until the last day and be like, oh, can this team do just enough to qualify to that top 5? No, we don't want to see anything like that.
And not to mention, right, you play those 6 out straight. You don't have a match off. You don't play 4 and you're done. You're playing 2 more matches a day and all in succession. It's going to be tough for some of these teams to adapt as we go through the matches. But let's take a look at our overalls, right? I think this is what's really interesting for me because you saw in Hyper 14-point lead over YKG in our bonus points, but a 180-point lead in our overall ranking 7.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second to get my laughs out of that lead because that is just absolutely ridiculous. And this is what I was talking in regards to dominance and why in my head I'm thinking, okay, who is going to be able to challenge the way and Hyper has been able to dominate, especially the last 2 phases. And the amount of elimination points that they've been getting, it's not just kindness. Now it's GK first. He's been popping off. And if we go down the list, we'll get a chance to talk about YKG, Stream Slayers, and Foretold Nomads. I actually want to get a chance to talk about Lotus Esports here, because this is something you and I were talking about before the show. And the biggest question mark for this team, at least for me, has to be their elimination points. You can see right there, 207 elims. That's not going to be good enough, considering that 5 teams below them that were able to qualify to the finals have a lot more elims for them. This team needs to be able to figure out when to switch that aggressiveness, when to actually go for those elims, because I feel like even though you ended up top 5 here in this overall ranking for all the faces, that's not going to be good enough when everything is said and done here in the finals.
Yeah, and you cannot have a bad day, and they didn't really have the best of phases too. I mean, as you mentioned, eliminations, right? They were 12th in elims in phase 1, 8th in elims in phase 2, and 11th in elims in phase 3. And a lot of these points to determine if you make it top 5, I think, are going to be based off of that. And before we do talk about some of the teams, I talked about the 188-point difference between first and second, but there's a 92-point difference between third and fourth. And that's why, for me, you were asking me, like, who's your dark horses come into this? It was really hard to give you one, just because there are ridiculous point differences. I mean, between first and fourth, that's 282 points. That's more points than I think a lot of teams had actually overall after 3 phases. Like, that's how big of a lead and Hyper have, and why I find it hard to see another team really dislodge in Hyper as being the champions.
Yeah, and I think when I was thinking dark horses, I was thinking more of like top 5.
Yeah.
Just because in my mind, I in a way, as sad as it is, but it's exciting as it is for me, and Hyper should end up getting that first place with the way that some of the players have been turning up as well. Kindness, I mean, he was the MVP for all the league, for all the phases that we had, the last 3 phases. And then on the last phase, GK First was like, okay, you know what? It's not just the kindness show. I'm here to play too. And just to back it up with some stats here, GK First was able to get 61 elims out of 125 for all the 3 phases. Just in phase 3, 61 elims. That is a big step up for him. And for the team that had already players performing really, really well, I feel like Hyper is going to come with even more confidence here into the finals.
And then to kind of turn our attention, because GK First, talking about the eliminations, the limbs, again, for me, to reiterate, is going to be one of the biggest deciding factors in the finals. And one of those teams who potentially could be that dark horse is maybe PASSIONFRUIT, because that is the worst ratio, but the like ridiculous amount of limbs for them. 83 placements. They have the second lowest out of any team who's qualified into this event, and they have 240 eliminations. Like, they have more than most teams have in elims. That for me, that could get them a top 5, to be honest. Maybe I should have them as my dark horse, because they could just somehow work on those placements, or have worked on those placements in this last week, and still bring the heat like they've been able to do with BULUC and co. They have potential, man.
I'm with you, and that's actually why that's one of my teams for dark horses, because of the amount of eliminations they've been able to get. We know what Nate was able to do last spring finals for PMPL and A, right?
Day one, right?
Yeah, if we get anything like that and the team gets hot and they figure out those placement points, which at the moment is the big question mark for them, if they can just maintain at least 3 players alive in a top 7 situation, they're going to be able to frag out, and that's when it's going to become scary for some of the other teams. With a team that frags out so heavy and has one of the lowest average survival times too, they just need to figure out that average survival time. All it takes is top 7, position themselves in a great place. Obviously, it's easier said than done, right? But they have that power, as we're able to see there on the stats.
You got to get like 15 limbs, make sure you're top 2 every match. Easy. All right. I mean, maybe for you, 7, when you're playing against bots. Let's take a look at the schedule for today to give you guys an idea. I'm kidding, 7. Don't look so sad. Of what's coming up, right? We have 6 matches, 7, which means we're going to go back to that double Erangel, the double Miramar, and then, of course, Sandhawk and Vikendi sandwiched in nicely into the middle.
Yeah, Sandhawk, that little break there, 3rd spot. We've seen actually some teams being able to turn it around after Sandhawk. We've seen some teams being able to be a little bit dominant there in Vikendi too. I wonder if that's going to be the case. And talking about PASSIONFRUIT, I mean, one of their weakest matches is going to be Sandhawk. They are going to be having to play it here often. We saw some switches out of them. They seem like they started to rotate a little bit faster whenever the circle doesn't go to them on that northwest. I want to continue to see that
as well. With that. Oh,
they try to be GG from Europe, and it's just not working out for them.
I mean, well, it doesn't work out for GG either sometimes. Let's be honest, thinking back to PMWI. But yeah, hoping for that zone to go Northwest Islands could be very, very tough for them. But honestly, I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to be doing, considering the amount of time off we've had. We've seen some teams revamp their style, be able to improve. We've had other teams tank a little bit. I honestly think, and I've never really been one of like the biggest fans of YKG, even going back to spring season. But I feel like this is their time to really show what they're about. And I saw your interview we did with Joey as well, and got to hear what he said. Like, they obviously had Isajak coming in phase 2, so they kind of had that as their excuse. But then phase 3, they didn't perform well. I think you give them this week, man, they're gonna bounce back and they're gonna turn some heads.
Yeah, I feel like with the little time off that they have had, right, they should have been able to go back, see how some of the teams have adjusted to phase 1, because what I feel like happened in phase 1 is they surprised a lot of teams with how aggressive they were able to play it, how they were able to play that edge too. They were willing to take fights early on. They were willing to take any fights that came their way. And as you were mentioning, yeah, they were using that fears not being there. Phase 2 was kind of like the excuse of why they underperformed. Continue a little bit with what we saw there in phase 3. But the good thing out of phase 3 that we're starting to notice now is that 24K and Chico are putting up great numbers. It's going to come down to that 4th player. And then it's also going to come down to Joey, because keep in mind, he is the IGL. But Joey, I mean, in a way, he's been playing really, really great. He's not just the IGL. He's also fragging out for them. The only question mark that I have for Joey is his survival time. If we look at it overall, especially for phase 3, is one of the lowest survival times, and it's always just such a big hurt for the team. Like, it handicaps the team if they lose their IGL so early on. So I'm hoping, yes, Joey, you can frag out. We know you can frag out, but you as the IGL, you might want to not overextend, which sometimes he does end up doing. He gets caught and he gets eliminated, and then after that, it becomes just like a survival for some of these teams. For some of the players.
What was interesting about them, right, is that you're talking about the survival times. I'm assuming, because I didn't look at the numbers like I guess you did, that 24K and Chico have probably the higher survival times on the team. And that kind of makes me think back to what we saw a lot happen across the phases of them just kind of being by themselves, away from the team, taking fights at different angles and stuff like that. I remember talking on Even about it, and he was wondering, like, what are they doing? These positions they're taking are quite odd. Maybe that is obviously an artifact, at least in phase 2, with having Fears not playing, which I think you said in week 1 to me that you think he is the most improved player from spring into fall. Like, he has been deadly.
He was, man, especially from what we saw in phase 1. I want to see that Fears again. That caught me by a big surprise, but we really haven't been able to see that Fears. When he came back from the week off, it was a little bit sketchy. It seemed like he was a little bit rusty, even though it was just 1 week off for him, or in a way 2 weeks off. I'm hoping we start seeing that Fears, and that's kind of what I was hinting out there earlier when I was talking about Chico, 24K. They're currently fragging out of their mind. Joey, I mean, Joey's going to be doing his thing. Just be a little bit more careful. It comes down to Fears. Can he start putting up those numbers? Because if they want to be able to challenge anywhere close to what NHyper is doing, you're not going to need 3 players to frag out. You're going to need 4 players to frag out, because NHyper's got the 4 main fraggers right now. I mean, in a way, the 4 players that can definitely frag out. And on top of that, what's scary out of NHyper too is on phase 3, they put in FS, and guess what? That man was starting to frag out too. They got a lot of backup on their line.
So they've got like 5, 6 potential players they can throw at you that are going to be fragging out. Well, you know what? We are going to be hopping into our first match of the day. It is ready to go. It's over on Aaron Go. It's being casted and commentated on by none other than Hot Jukes and Zute.
Thank you so much, guys. What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with my man Zute. Let's get the final started, baby. Man, there's so many questions that I have on my mind, too, as we get into match number 1 here of Aaron Gale. And it's going to be who's going to show up, right? Who's going to show up starting off today? We saw at the start of the show the bonus points, right? But I'll tell you what, those bonus points, they'll give some of these teams a breathing room for maybe a game or two. But I'm really looking forward to see one of these squads, these underdogs, coming out hot right out the gate. What do you think?
Yeah, the bonus points, it might seem like a lot, especially for teams that are like towards the second page, right? But it only takes, like you said, a game or 2, and then that lead can close real quick. Unless, you know, you're a team that's taking those bonus points, but not chilling on it, right? You start out the game real fast, real hot. You want to stack those points on top of it, because we've seen in previous tournaments, those bonus points, they dry up real quick once the tournament gets going.
Real quick indeed. I mean, this is a 3-day tournament, guys. 3 days, right? It's not multiple weeks. So for me, the big, my eyeglass is right on NHyper, okay? Because I talked about, this is the reason why I didn't even put them in my top 3 when it came to league stage, right? Was because I feared their ability to clutch things up. They've already let me down too many times, but we saw a different NHyper in the league stage. So I want to see them just continue that here right off the gate. Just instant energy, putting some major points on the board, because at the end of the day, the big money, right, is in these short day tournaments.
Yes.
And you got to show up from the start all the way to finish.
Speaking about showing up, we got a hot drop all the way out here. That's surprising coming into the finals. You'd think everybody would know where everyone's dropping and not hot drop. This is the last thing I expected. Puppeteers starting off strong. It's Dong, of course. And there's 2. Ace of Spades also in a fight.
What is going on? You're right. I mean, this is the finals. This ain't league stage. So you'd think that these teams would have it all sorted out by now, but some squads looking to get into the action right off the rip, and we're here in Severny, and you can see, Puppeteers really just giving it to Excuse, and down goes Kai. And this is the worst case scenario. You go off so many days off. You had that long break, and to come into this game right off the rip, the finals, losing a player early, it's got to hurt. Let's see if they can rebound, though.
Let's see. Chronix is up. Chronix, the star player, out of Excuse. If anyone on the team could pull something off, it would be Chronix. They are playing it slow, though. At a man disadvantage plus loot disadvantage. They're not sure what the other team has. He's got a Bazan. Chronix looking to get the first knock. Get some good shots in. Gets tagged up really heavily. Now he's isolated in a 2v1. He's got to come up huge now. He's got a first aid kit, but no time to heal. Hops out the window. He's going to stall for time. Maybe his 2 teammates can do something here.
Big brain from Chronix, but the other 2 teammates, I think, are too far away to really help him out. I like the fact that he did go on the run. That was the right play. He's just trying to buy some time. And he's actually rotating perfectly here. He's going to actually get away from Puppeteer. So this is why he's a star player, right? Chronix, he's got the moves, but unfortunately, just one road too short. I'm surprised the rest of his team didn't really pressure fire just a little bit more. And now they're pretty much done for.
Yeah, I mean, Rosh gets a knock, but it's 2v3 situation. They could still win this, but they got to go aggro here. They could wait for the revive to start going off, which they could count out another player, making it 2v2 for a couple seconds. But let's see how Excuse plays this. Yeah, I think Chronix did a great job. He didn't get a knock, but he had 3 people chasing him down, and he stalled for so long. Matt gets another one, though. 2v2 situation. Dong trying to find the knock. Matt with the Scar L. Bullets in hand. Dong looking to get that knock, but Matt comes over here. That's 3. It's back to a 2v2. Now a 1v2. Puppeteer's got 1 revive. It's all down to Rosh.
Rosh, what can you do? It's 1v2. You got to be able to make a play here. Is he going to try to go for a reset? He's trying to buy some time. He's going for it. He's going for the res, and I think his teammate is letting him know. So here they go. Lu Zhang, going to go ahead and push out in here. Going to have to make a play. Rosh has to give up.
Good shots.
And he's not able to get it done. And some popping of the box right off the rip. Yeah, he did not like that. He did not like that at all. That was way too close for comfort, though, and honestly, for the Puppeteers.
It did get very close. Ultimately, they lose 1. And what are your thoughts about that? In finals, right? It's only 3 days, trading 1 player very early on for 4 points in a short form kind of tournament. Is that worth? Is that more worth than league stage or less worth? What do you think?
I would say if this was a different map, more worth, but this is Erangel, right? This is a place where you really want to put consistent points on it. You're going to have that, you're going to be 1 player down, which is going to hurt, but man, those 4 points, they could definitely help out if you're going to have a bad game. You know what I'm saying? I think in a situation where you don't really have a favorable circle, like a military island kind of zone, I think it's more okay. Because it's like, all right, yeah, we got 4 points at least, because we're gonna probably have a hard time making it in anyway. But
so like if this was Sandhawk, more worth than if it was on Erangel.
Depending on depending on your position, right? I think that if you're in a position where the zone is so far away and even getting there is gonna be hard, you want to soak up some points early on, right? Just to hedge your bet a little bit. But in a place where you're like, man, we're in a really good spot. We know this rotational path, and we could try to win this game. It could really hurt because at the end of the day, you're going for first place. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to just get top 3 or top 6 in. I think that your mindset should be on, you know, really trying to win it all. So, and in order to win, to do that, right, you got to put up major points every single game.
Well, one thing they definitely did was claim Severny, hopefully, right, as their drop location. I don't know if Excuse is going to want to go back there again after losing that. But man, a hot drop to start off the finals. Haven't seen that in a long time, especially during league stage when we didn't see hot drops anymore, right? Everyone had it sorted out, so come finals, you'd think that would be the case. But wow, what a treat, what a surprise.
No business, Zute, honestly. No business. We shouldn't see any hot drops here. I think it's so risky for either of these teams to really put themselves in that situation. I mean, yeah, Puppeteers, they did get 4 eliminations out of it and only losing 1, but I think they're lucky that they only lost 1 in that situation. I mean, you saw just a couple shots, you know, and they could have been gone completely. So
yeah, I got dicey.
Yeah, I mean, you want to avoid hot drops as much as you possibly can at this high level. It's the reason why we don't really see them so much at PMGC, PMWI tournaments like that. It's because they're just not worth it.
Yeah, everyone's very confident in their own game. No need to hot drop. But maybe Puppeteers, hey, maybe they just really want Severny in their playbook for the rest of the tournament. So we'll see what they can do with that. 4 points, definitely, you know, not bad. Not bad. Losing 1 player on early on sucks, but you got 4 points. And that might give them the confidence, right? The jitters out of the way.
True. I mean, that's gonna be a huge factor, right? For sure. Like the fact that you got a nice fight done with, you're definitely gonna have those nerves going down. It's gonna have the opposite effect, of course, for Excuse. I mean, I really feel for Chronix in this situation because that's just a worst case scenario, honestly. Look at the zone though. What do you think about this one, Zute?
Yeah, it's a tried and true. North or south, where are we going? This zone is always a nice one. Usually it goes north though. I like to see it go south this time. George Pool crates would be a great...
Wow. Zarky, baby, come on! Is that how we're going to start the finals? Give it to me one time. One time. All the way north, baby. Let's go.
Leave it to the finals, Jukes. Leave
Right?
it to the finals to give us the most wild of zones. We have not seen the circle in a very long time. And I'm not even talking about this tournament. I mean, like, in general, competitive through the course of, you know, 4+ years of comp play. This is a special one for sure. And SLR, that's a team you mentioned that could potentially, you know, really take this tournament, come out by surprise. That's a great zone for them. They're already dead center. But question is, do they know how to play a circle like this? Does N-Hyper even know how to play a zone like this?
That's going to be the question. That's going to be the question. Yeah, when it comes to my own teams that I think that are dark horses here coming to this tournament, I think SLR is definitely one of them. Just because rotationally, they're so strong. They're just weak when it comes to team fighting, you know, turning on that aggression. But we saw a little bit of signs of life from them yesterday, especially when you see the legendary Long show up, right? The opposite of Dong. I'll tell you what, if he really starts popping off, this squad is going to go crazy. But that's another one, 4-1-2. There's so many teams here, and I think this is a really huge game, especially when you have a short-form tournament. The first day matters so much because the last one, there's teams that know they're not going to make it, Zute, right? They know that they got nothing to lose, and that causes chaos. So I don't think we've ever seen a tournament where a team that just popped off on the last day, like, just takes it. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the most part, they had a pretty solid day 1 or day 2, and then finished off strong at the end. You know what I'm saying? It's just not something you want to rely on.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We got some bridge camping going on here. Not even in the zone, and the bridges are still being camped. We got Trick on a very kind of off-angle late rotation, able to flank one of the Lotus players, and Wanders does go down. Yeah, Trick finding a nice flank onto there. Execute will be able to reset here. Trick needs to be a little bit careful. He's in the open. He's got that tree to work with, and I think Lotus is going to have to back off now.
Yes, they are. So they're going to camp this bridge out for a hot minute. Execute's lucky they still have everybody alive. Fate should be able to get back to safety with that smoke. But you can see Gara trying to find an angle already, applying pressure to Execute. So they're going to have to find another way in. It's most likely going to be through that George Bridge or some other type of crossing. Where do you think they're going to go?
Oh, man. It's the other bridge. I mean, we could see from the other bridge, it's a no-go. the one that they're heading towards now. They should take the close one that they're right next to, because the other bridge, it's got MEZEXIS and 412 on their side. Yeah, here's the mini map. Execute. They might have to just chill on the south side one more zone and wait to see where it goes. Maybe Lotus will move away, and it's not Jarky, Jukes, but I like it.
I like it. I like it a lot. This is going to be a toxic circle. I mean, I wonder how many teams are going to opt to just go to swim here at this point. I mean, it's probably not the worst strategy in the world if you have nothing else to lose, especially if you're a squad like Execute having a trouble getting on in. It could work, but it's...
I'll be honest, Jukes. I don't even know what areas of the map right there that you could swim up onto.
Good point.
Yeah, swimming is like, okay, when we get those like southern zone finishes next to the pier area, there's so many like areas you can swim onto, so you can swim from Military Island up and still have a potential decent game. Here, Jukes, there's a lot of cliff sides that, you know, not a lot of players are going to know if it's traversable, like if you could climb up it or not. Here it comes in Hyper with a wild rotation. When things get dire, they pull the YOLO full send and they lose 2 immediately. They're down to just 2 players in Hyper. Ooh, not looking good.
This is what I was afraid of. This is what I was afraid of right here. And even if they do have this bad game, if they get taken out super early, right? How is this going to affect their mental game, Sute, right? Do they have that mental fortitude to just continue to remind themselves that, hey, look how bad, you know, how intense we were during the league stage, right? We got to be able to keep it strong. So let's see if they're able to bounce back. Trick gets a knockout of fears from YKG. This is going to be all the way on that south side near South George still. This is still out of the circle. So Joey trying to get this fight done quick with a nice S12K shot on a Casper. Fate trying to throw a Molotov down. Doesn't hit it. Joey gets the finish. And now here we go. Joey, 1v2.
Joey running up the stairs here, trying to take one singular angle. Gets shot up on the rooftop. Joey's got to be careful. And Fate coming in on the backside. Joey was not ready for that. Execute. Slowly winning this fight, but the blue zone is coming, and it's going to hurt. And there's still MEZEXIS on the bridge who's camping both of these teams. So yeah, this was not the rotation. May as well have went the other way into the blue zone. But let's see what Execute can make of it. Up to 4 points. Looking for the fake. Trick with a nice little fake right there, peek out, and the support fire is good. Trick goes down to 1 HP. He gets the finish, though. 5 points for Execute. They're down a member, and they still got a long ways to go to make it into the zone.
Dude, Trick is a monster, I'll tell you that right now. Chico had a huge angle on him, and he just beamed him right from the floor, and then just straight sent it on him all by himself. So getting it done, Trick, right when he needs to. That's huge. You can see some teams now finally crossing that bridge. MEZEXIS does make it across that George Bull Bridge safely. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, though. It can go pretty much anywhere at this point. Why not send it to the water, baby? Full water circle.
That'd be toxic. Oh, and Hyper, they're out. The nade 14th from Remix.
Ouch.
And, there's a lot of water still in play here. Nobody's opting to take that water route that you mentioned. So everyone really wants a fighting chance. Maybe it's because they just don't know. Like I said, Dukes, they don't know there's a place they can swim up on. So nobody deciding to go with that strat. We're still at 13 teams left alive, 45 remaining. Could still be anyone's game. A lot of 4-man teams up, so let's see what these teams could do. SLR getting a fight with Canadian Eagles. SLR.
Wow.
They hold it down. XDZ fast up. Oh, here comes 2 more, though. 1v2.
Free fire. XEZ trying his best. Gets just straight bodied by the DBS. That's the gun to do it. So Canadian Eagles just applying that pressure. And SLR rocking a split here. This is where they suffer, right? Just trying to do a little bit too much sometimes. And now it's just long up left for this team that had such a dominant position. If they could really just turn up their defense, I'm telling you, this is one deadly squad. But they just have trouble when it comes to just getting pressure applied to them.
Yeah, I mean, they rotate so quick to the right spots, but the splits, the defense, like you mentioned, always just a worrisome for the team. 412 Nomads, this is a team that popped off in the second, third week. They're looking good. Passionfruit pulling up. Getting shot up there. 412 from the backside, hitting onto Passionfruit. Zuko clutches it. Takes down Ace of Spades, but I don't know if he has time to get these revives because 412 should be coming right behind them any second now.
You can see him just trying to hurry things up as fast as he possibly can. Extreme Slayer is on the other side, just big chilling. Actually, 412 stuck here. Juancho doing a great job of just applying that pressure. That's exactly what he wants to do, is just play keep away. You don't want him to push up on you for free.
Yeah.
And
Don't
here
be
they
too
are.
much.
Yeah, they are coming, but unfortunately, all he has is that M16, and it's just not enough firepower to hold him off forever.
Yeah, 412 is in a great spot to take down PASSIONFRUIT right here. They have the advantage, the man advantage, plus they got all the util in the world, it seems like. PASSIONFRUIT did reset back up to 3, though. So they could mount a defense. 412 look like a strong, aggressive team towards the later stage of the league stage. I'm surprised. It looks like they're trying to like back off or take this a little bit slower.
I'm surprised Juancho gave up. I'm surprised PASSIONFRUIT gave up that hill priority at all. Like, honestly, they would have had a probably better job just applying that pressure to them. But instead, I think they're just trying to creep up here and just buy some time. Let's see if it works out, though. It's a risky play. But meanwhile, a little bit further on the other side of the map, this circle, you can see MEZEXIS getting into it with BOPE inactive, getting some nice shots, and BOPE is out of there. So MEZEXIS turning it up here, and now here comes the push from 412. Nice shots there from Nate.
2 versus 2 right now. Juancho in the front lines, and just like that, 412 are out of their PASSIONFRUIT with a spectacular defense, holding it down as a 3-man up to 5 points. They got the southeast part of the zone. They should reset up to 3. They still got a ways to go. Extreme Slayers right in front of them with 4 up. There is no easy path in here, and the circle is just about to shift. Execute did the swim play, and it looks like they made it onto land as well. So good job for Execute in finding that rotation.
Yep, I mean, it was definitely the right one. I think that was their only option there, and it worked out perfectly. They're actually in a really good spot in the circle. So Trick is still out in the water for now, while the other 2 are heading into mainland, and that is where the circle's going to go. So we're most likely going to see Trick meet up with the rest of Execute here.
Wait, Jukes.
What?
I don't think that's water. I think
Uh-oh.
Trick is on land providing
Oh,
cover
he is on the little
potentially.
island.
Yeah. I want to see that come into play because Wall Street Bets might push down onto Execute, in which case Trick, if they're not aware of him, could find some huge openings. But if that doesn't happen soon, Trick's going to be in the blue zone. And he's going to have to swim up.
Well, let's see what PASSIONFRUIT's going to do, because they have to push through Extreme Slayers here. I think Extreme Slayers really needs to focus on their backs. They can't be focusing on too much here, because PASSIONFRUIT is most likely going to be headed in there. Oh, wow. What a shot from Crow, though, from downtown. That's got to hurt. And that's at the worst time, too, especially with only 4 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. They have time to get the revive, but that's less time to try and make an opening onto Extreme Slayers or figure out where to go. Looks like Execute is here. They're actually pushing aggressive to try and hold back Wall Street Bets from getting too much territory. I kind of like this. They don't want Wall Street Bets to get too much foothold into here and work into them. So Execute are pushing towards Wall Street Bets instead to put off some pressure. Trick looks like is forced to give up that piece of land.
Oh,
And
what a
great
nade.
nade out of Fate.
So huge. Fate pushing up. Gonna go ahead and do a little under toss Molotov. Try to apply more pressure. Does he hit it? Nope, it's gonna be a little bit short. And with that knock, here comes Kill Switch on the side. That nade was dangerous, though. That one definitely hurt a little bit. But Fate is afraid to cross this rock here because they'll be right in the open.
Yeah.
The question is, which team do you think is gonna win this match? It's pretty much anyone's game at this point. Puppeteers are still dead center. And I think that might be the squad I'm gonna go with.
I'm going to have to go with Extreme Slayers, man. They took down in Hyper already. They have 4 up. They got a lot of manpower to work with it. But first, they got to deal with PASSIONFRUIT, which I think they will be able to. PASSIONFRUIT down to 3. Zuko and Nate in the front lines. Juancho further back, providing support here. They're looking for that nade opening, which they need. And I want to see, actually, Extreme Slayers maybe get aggressive here. Just push towards PASSIONFRUIT. Because the longer they sit...
Oh, no!
That's just the more nades they're going to eat. Remix will back up a little bit. They have a lot of real estate to work with. So it could work out still.
I think we saw one of the PASSIONFRUIT players fall off. Oh, nope, he did not. Okay, so he did stay in a place to where he could be up on top of this hill. Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers, okay, so they're giving up that ground. And they're going to allow PASSIONFRUIT to push in. Very, very interesting play. So they're looking to get more central, which is not a bad idea. But now they're going to still have a team on their backs. So hedging their bets a little bit. And this is kind of those decisions you make, especially in a short-form tournament, right? You try to play it as safely as possible sometimes, and that could bite you. But let's see how it ends up working out. Next zone about to go on over. You got Wall Street Bets all the way up in the corner. And here's the calm before the storm, Zute.
Yep, next circle shift about to come out here. Still got 9 teams, 27 remaining. Where's the circle gonna go? Puppeteer should get the zone once again. They're sitting really comfortable at that compound right now. And here comes the push by MEZEXIS onto Canadian Eagles. Canadian Eagles down to 2. They find the opening with the nade. 2v3 could be very doable here. Baby Tang firing a lot of pre-fire shots right now. MEZEXIS, oh, he goes down. Baby Tang going in huge. Gets 2 down.
Did he set up a gas can at that door too? And blow it up? I think that was a
Potentially
trap
so.
play.
It's all down to Baton.
Oh, Baby Tang! What a shot. The B-zone coming out hot. And that's 7 eliminations for the Canadian Eagles. What a shutdown.
2v4, yeah, they shut them down real good. PASSIONFRUIT still here, trying to make something happen. One of them got knocked, will get revived. Extreme Slayers just cannot deal with this team. And wow, look at these sightlines, disgusting. Zuko's actually third-partying from distance onto Wall Street Bets and execute.
And let's see what Extreme Slayers are going to do. They're pinched right in between these two teams. But they're just in a pretty safe spot right now, so not having to worry too much, but they got to worry about this push from PASSIONFRUIT, which can come at any moment. Meanwhile, yeah, Fate all the way down there in an absolute all-out war with Wall Street Bets. And now getting shot from behind is Trick. Oh, yeah, that's going to hurt. But he does find a little bit of cover for now.
And that's huge that he did not get knocked, but Kill Switch goes down instead. Jiwoo finds that opening. This war over here for Execute is not going their way as Fate also goes down. It's all down to Trick. Trick in a 1v2, and he's got people on his backline shooting at his backside.
Trick!
This is not easy. He finds one, gets stolen, and Wall Street Bets is actually just down to 1.
Oh my gosh, Trick
it's
is
just Jiwoon.
Trick is soaking up points like crazy. That's 3 already so far. Is he going to go for the reset? I think he might. Yep, he's going to go for the res. Interesting play here, and it's tough. I mean, yeah, blue zone's coming. He knows it, so that could be the best option. Let's see if it ends up working out, though. And Wall Street Bets does get Killjoy back up. And here come the smokes. Trying to catch Jet G. Now here goes Fate pressing up. Oh, a little too far, and Zuko knocks Trick. That's going to hurt.
Oh, man. That back line. The angles are too deadly. Wall Street Bets, they should be able to clutch this out now because Fate does not have any meds, so he's going to stay at that 1 HP, gets the revive. They're both at 1 HP. Wall Street Bets pushing together as 3, gets Fate again. It's all down to Trick in the smoke. Can he do anything here?
Worst timing. Worst timing. I think at a certain point, Trick should have probably just gone for
Oh, he gets 1!
Oh, never mind. He got 1. And he gets the burst. Goodness gracious. Trick just refusing to go down. He finally does. But, man, he went out with a fight. So, Execute putting up some solid elimination points here in this game. PASSIONFRUIT with 7. Puppeteers with 4. Things are starting to turn up. And PASSIONFRUIT have just been, man, they have been relishing on this side of the map since Extreme Slayers have been just giving them that room to breathe. Man, are they taking it?
Yeah. Imagine if Extreme Slayers did not have to deal with PASSIONFRUIT. That's a third party onto Execute and Wall Street Bets that they would have had for free. But now they're just caught in the middle of 2 teams, and it could come and haunt them in the end. Zone goes on top of them, but now Wall Street Bets and PASSIONFRUIT are going to be pushing the Extreme Slayers team at the same time, potentially, unless there's a Shack. Wancho's going to go for the Shack play instead, which I agree with. We're down to the last 7 teams. Placement points do come into play now.
Big nades coming out. Oh, actually, it does tap nade a little bit. Wancho is in the next zone, but the rest of PASSIONFRUIT does not have a vehicle, so they're stuck. Nate and Zuko gonna have to make a play if they're gonna stay in this game.
He
oh,
gets
Nate's full
knocked.
sends. Wow, Nate. Bold. Very bold. Does go down, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do in that situation?
Very patient with those shots, too. He didn't shoot too early. Make sure he's wide in the open before taking the shots. Gets the point. Wancho will stay up, and yeah, the other player of PASSIONFRUIT went down. I think that was an okay play. I mean, you send 3 to that Shack, and it's not that big of a difference between just having 1. Wall Street Bets now giving it a go. 2v4 situation. Finds the opening. Jachi immediately falls back. We'll try and get that first aid off. Robert going for the res. That's a dangerous spot if there's nades.
Quick res G indeed. Killjoy on the other side gonna have to do something as he is completely just stuck in a bad position. The zone's gonna start closing up on him in any second now. Yeah, he has to full send it. Remix gonna have a full sight line. And down goes Wall Street Bets. And that's the name of the game sometimes. Zone does not favor you. I'll tell you what, though. Remix. We've been talking about this guy all league stage long, and he is just going crazy here in the finals. 6 eliminations to start this off? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, team's up at 9. So we were talking about them repositioning and letting PASSIONFRUIT in. Hey, it worked out for them. So good job. They're maximizing their points right now. They still have 4 up. The only 4-man team. Everyone else is down to duos, and we have Juancho at the shack.
Hey, don't underestimate Juancho. I'll tell you that right now. You see what he can do from that shack. He's made a good job of his position a little bit earlier on. But Puppeteers down to the last 2 players, completely split. Liu Zhang is stuck in the open. And the next zone. And this is going to be that final circle, Zute, right here. And Canadian Eagles are out of it. Lotus is out of it. They're going to have to start pushing up on in here. And the wide open, you can see Baby Bray snaking his way through. This is super risky, but that's pretty much his only option.
Yeah. Extreme Slayers, they can wait a little bit, let the other players move out of cover first. And they do have that really good hillside right where Liu Zhang is for them to use. So this is Extreme Slayers' game for sure if they don't mess it up here. Yeah, look, I think even this spot's in zone. They have it. They don't need that player snaking out in the grass, honestly. That's just not necessary.
Rise has such a disgusting angle, but it is out of this next circle, and it is starting to close right now. So Rise, what are you going to do, man? He's going to have to try to make the best of it, especially since he's most likely going to see Lotus and Canadian Eagles run out in the middle of the open. And here come the nades from Extreme Slayers. Trying to take a Liu Zhang. Oh, and Frady catches Rise through the smoke. Absolute insanity. Extreme Slayers just looking like they could not be stopped right now.
Oh, here comes a push. Liu Zhang last one up. He goes down hiding in the car. Nade pops off. Liu Zhang does get 2, but he's not in the lobby anymore, so they can't do anything off that. And I don't think the rest of the players in the lobby realized there's 2 of it. Oh, it was just 1 of Extreme Slayers that got knocked. Now it's a 4v2v2. This is Extreme Slayers game. They even have that hill to work with. But what is happening? Jukes! Throw? Are they throwing here?
Fetty?
They lose 1.
Oh, they lost up. That's gotta hurt. But they have so much real estate. But you know what?
They have this whole hill to work off.
It don't matter. It don't matter, Sute. You know why? Because they got Remix. That's all you need. That's all you need. Canadian Eagles battling it out right now with Lotus on the other side. Bad Boy gets the knock. And it's just pretty much Fetty up left from this off angle. And Lotus trying to make something happen with their final player, Fetty. And he is just stuck looking at both teams here. If he times it right, he might be able to make something happen, but he is going to stand up.
Ooh.
Oh, nice shot. I'm telling you, Remix, you just cannot get past this guy. Look at this already. 7 eliminations? Insane.
Yeah, it looks like teams are just fighting for second. Extreme Slayers will take that first place. Who's going to get that second? It's actually Canadian Eagles getting that second place. Baby Tang, the miracle play. He needs all of these shots to land. 3v1. Oh, man. Look at how much respect Extreme Slayers is giving this player, though. They know this is their win. They just cannot throw this. And secure the point. Baby Tang's going to try and deny the point, potentially.
And he will. Extreme Slayers win match number 1 here in the PMPL NA Finals Fall Split. And they do it in a miraculous fashion. What a circle to start things off here in the finals, Zoo.
Yeah, that definitely got everyone's blood pumping. And I think it sets a nice tone for the rest of the tournament. Like, hey, come finals, we always crank the circles up a little bit, Juice. So this is what it's going to be.
I got so excited. I was thinking we were going to see a Zarky finish for once in our lives, but just a little bit short, but close enough. I'll take it, that's for sure. 11 eliminations, 2,595 damage, and more than half of those were on one person alone, and that was Remix, baby. This guy, he had some highlight moments without a doubt during the league stage, and he's going to be the player starting off the strongest here. And at the same time, we're seeing one of those players, right, be so consistent. But what about Hyper, right?
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, okay, like that zone, we'll give him. Well, let's be honest, Shoes. I think we could give Hyper a pass with a zone like that. But you do see, like, when they don't have a playbook to fall back to, because that circle does not happen often, they go for those YOLO plays. They go for the full send. They don't know what to do But I mean, they have 99% of all the other zones covered now.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're good there. But Extreme Slayers with Remix popping off, I think that's bigger than, you know, them just getting the chicken. That's their star player leading the charge and keeping the morale for the team.
Let's go. Well, let's go ahead and lead it on over to the highlights, and we're going to be right back, guys.
Nice.
Extreme Slayers, and more importantly, Remix coming up massive here in the kickoff game here of our finals at PMPL North America Fall 2023 season. And 7 Extreme Slayers, they had the perfect position. That was the perfect way to kick off the finals for this team and for any team out there. We'll ignore Hyper though.
Yeah, like they took advantage of everything going perfect in a way for them. Because Hyper, I mean, even though we said we weren't going to judge them, they were fully confident that they were going to make it to that circle. They fully sent it, and Extreme Slayers and SLR was like, no, you aren't going to get passed through us that free. Off that, and then YKG on top of that, fighting with Execute outside the circle. Extreme Slayers, congratulations on getting that win.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the match rankings so you get an idea of how many of the points all the teams did get. There's actually a lot of standout performances, I want to say. Execute, like the position they had obviously towards the water, but being able to fight up against Wall Street Bets for so long and then to still like survive that out, come out with 9 points, I think was phenomenal. And even Wall Street Bets I want to give credit to, because I feel like the position they took was smart. We kept having those northwest zone shifts, so they knew the northwest side would be completely free, and they were able to take that position. Of course, Puppeteer's like centered up right towards the zone, so they had so much room to just drag out as long as possible and hopefully pick up placement points. A little bit sad though, they only got the 1 placement point, 4 points total. But Canadian Eagles, man, 10 eliminations. Passionfruit as well showing up in our debut match with 7 elims and 10 points overall, 7. That team we were talking about before we went into this first match, they're showing a sign of life.
Hold on. Passionfruit Esports, we called it too. I want to see what this team can do in a top 7 situation. Placement points, 3. You know what? I'm not mad because they're used to getting 0. But I'm glad that they were able to get those eliminations. And I'm glad that they're able to coexist with the Extreme Slayers there towards the end. They were so close to each other that Passionfruit at one point was like, you know what? We're going to stop shooting at you, Extreme Slayers, and we're actually going to start third-partying. And they started third-partying, I believe it was Execute and then Wall Street Bets. And like you were saying there, Wall Street Bets, everything just... The circle didn't bless them at all, but they kept doing the right stuff. Ultimately, it was just way too many fights for them. And here on the second page, this is when we end up getting some surprises. And I feel like it's because of the circle that we got. And Hyper with the full send, not being able to do much out of it, and stuff with that 0 points. And then YKG rotating a little bit too late, considering that circle was so toxic. They only end up with just 1 point.
Well, I will say this, though, right? Extreme Slayers, they had 21 bonus points going into this, and then Hyper had 35 points going into this. Extreme Slayers have taken away that first place position now with the victory they just had happen. And that means that that whole lead that Hyper got over the course of these last 3 phases is gone for them right now. So they need to definitely wise up a little bit more as we go through into our later matches. But let's actually dive in a little bit deeper into Extreme Slayers and see, well, we know where most eliminations came through. It was going to be a Remix, right, with a 7, but only 700 damage done. I know Cameron Davis was talking about this. This ratio is just phenomenal out of Remix, really picking apart people when he could.
Yeah, the conversion rate out of him, also being able to just steal LMs from other teams. And we kind of saw it there towards the end, right? They weren't willing to just overextend on the position that they had. They were willing for the fights to come to them. Next to Passionfruit Esports, if they didn't have to pay Passionfruit Esports, they decided to just wait it out and see what some of the other teams were doing. The main thing I want to talk about this year, yes, Remix was able to get the most of the LMs, the most of the damage, but Baby Bray is not far behind. And this is something that we actually saw during Phase 3, with Baby Bray being able to get those 635 damage and those 4 LMs. That is huge, because in the past, it was just Remix, Remix. It's good to see that now somebody else is starting to get those ilms with him, and now we want to continue to see that throughout the day, though. Not just a one match thing, not just 2 matches. We want to continue to see everybody else get involved as well. I think at one point I saw Freddy get a great knock. He wasn't able to convert that ilm because of the position that they were on, and this is something you and I were actually talking about during that match. They positioned themselves in a place where even if they did get ilms, even if they did output damage, it was going to be hard for them to convert onto some of those ilms.
Yeah, and the fact is, you look at that whole roster, right? And yeah, Remix stands out with 7 eliminations, but there's only 200 damage difference, less than 200 damage difference between their top damage dealer and their bottom damage dealer, really showing other people are putting in the work. And well, speaking of putting in work here, it's been a lot of work here for these teams to get into the finals. We're actually going to take a look at a lovely little graph. Now, I know you guys are out there like, oh, graphs, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about graphs when we have school. But you know what? This is showing the average points per game these top 5 teams have gotten in each phase. And N-Hyper, damn.
Yeah. You said it right. N-Hyper, damn. YKG, I mean, not the best start
Also
for today,
damn,
but I mean, from
the bad
you can see the decline that we have seen, right?
Like,
and
damn.
then all the way towards the end, Lotus Esports, this team is kind of, we just saw it perfectly too in that first match. Team is so good at getting those placement points, but the ilms just aren't there, and I feel like this team definitely needs to step it up in ilms. If not, they're not going to be able to make it top 5. 4-12
They get
Nomads
there at least.
Towards the end, though, they waited right up until the end, and I think they only ended up with, well, what was it for them? I can't even look it up. Two ilms. They waited out way too long. They were way too passive. They did secure those placement points, though, but I need.
Yeah, well, you know what? That first one, we're going to have to semi-write it off for some of the teams out there because it was a very wonky circle. But you know what? As we head into Miramar, getting a feeling we're going to get a little bit of normalcy coming into the mix here as we throw it back over to Hot Jukes and Zute to throw us in.
Nah, let's keep things interesting, baby. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's take a circle. Why don't we go all the way down to Los Higos? Let's keep that energy. You know, that's what I want to see here. Match number 2 on your way, guys. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. You know what? One thing, it's like, yeah, you know what? You know, team wonky circle, this and that. You know, and you could say that you want to give N-Hyper a pass, but I'll say this. N-Hyper earned a pass, okay? Right? They earned it by getting so many bonus points in the league stage, right?
Right.
And that's the whole goal of it, right? It's like, hey, it gives you a little bit breathing room in case you have a bad circle, you have a bad game, right? So I hope that they're able to shake it off, because I'll tell you what, if they didn't have those bonus points, it'd be a lot harder to shake off here, Zoo.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But even, wonky circle aside, hey, one of the best teams in the game, NNA, they took it down. So even if that was a wonky circle, the good teams are still going to show up and show through, and it was Extreme Slayers. One thing that Des mentioned, that gap, that lead, it's gone. Just like that. It's crazy to think about. You dominate. You absolutely dominate, right? For 3 weeks straight. Come into the finals, you know, you're in the lead, you're in first place because you dominated. And after one game, you're no longer in that dominant position. That's crazy.
Yep. That's how it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles here. And oh, Los Higos, baby. Come on down. Let's go. Let's get that. Let's get it going. This is what I was talking about right here. And look at this northern plane path. So you have so many teams all the way up top. The most southern of circles. This is definitely the finals, Zute.
Oh, man, the shenanigans that happens in the finals. You can't beat it, man. During the league stage, we had the most normal circles and plane paths to boot back to back to back for like so many games in a row, right? And now we get this, which I love. It's great.
Let's get it going. Let's get it going here. As we can see, Extreme Slayers are going to be sitting pretty, looting up like crazy over here in El Azahar. And Hyper are going to head over towards Minas Generales and La Bendita. And meanwhile, YKG, I'm surprised they didn't go full-fledged El Pozo. Instead, they decided to do a little bit of split here towards Monte Nuevo. And that's going to pay off because they're going to be one of the first teams most likely into this next circle.
Yeah, YKG did not have a great start to that first game. This is a huge opportunity for them. They saw the plane path. They know they probably dropped the closest towards the circle out of all the 16 teams. So I like to see them not even maybe loot Monte Nuevo and just go down to Chumacera or even go down to Valdemar and just play from the mountaintop. So we'll see what they do in the coming moments here. So many other teams, though. We all know that north side coming down is going to be so congested. Just to paint a picture for everyone, there is like 4 teams on the edge of the zone, like in the zone. Everyone else not in the zone.
Oh, and this is a really tough one for a ton of squads like Puppeteers, 412. They land all the way up in the north, so they're gonna have to pass up so many squads. And Miramar is one of the most dangerous places to rotate on, because you know you don't really have that time to just do checkpoints, right, Tute? I always discourage blind rotations, like at all costs. I'm like, hey, just if you go up to where you can see, stop, scout it out a little bit, then get in a vehicle and keep going, right? But in Miramar, it's with a zone like this, you got no choice, you know?
Yeah.
You got no choice. You have to sit it on. You have to assume that, you know what, you're the fastest player. You had to loot it up fast, get in a vehicle, and get moving, because if you didn't, it's just going to take so long, and all the dominant positions in the next circle are going to be gone, and you're just going to be, in a bad position.
MEZEXIS is one of the teams taking advantage of this zone. They already rotated down into Valdemar, and I think that's where they're going to start looting. Yeah, they dropped near like the Pozo side on the northwest. They didn't stop to loot. Just grabbed the vehicles and drove straight in. You saw in Hyper just a bit earlier ago, they're going to take advantage of this circle too and rotate extremely early. That's always one strong suit out of in Hyper, those fast rotations. And yeah, game 1, it just really messed with them, it being that 50-50 first circle, so they bided their time, right? They waited to see where it was going to go, and then it hard shifted all the way to the west, which led to a poor game out of in Hyper. So this one, we should see in Hyper back to form. Everything's working out for them, right? They get that fast rotation. They get priority center zone. I know this is only circle 1, but given Hyper like a good spot in circle 1, and they could make it run all the way down to like circle number 9 and come up with a huge chicken. So let's see if they could do it here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that they should be back into form. We need to see them right back in form here, especially with so few games here in the finals. You know, yeah, they could have already clinched that PMGC slot. Still, though, you know, I want to see them dominate here in the Americas Championship and just keep that energy all the way up. And I really like the fact, I got to go back to MEZEXIS, right? I think that was the strongest strat, is to get in a vehicle, head all the way to the hard shift side. You know it's clear. You can loot up later on. You don't have to, you can breathe too, because you know teams that are going to be coming on this side are going to be late. And on top of that, we've seen, historically, Zute, usually when you have a crazy hard shift circle, sometimes that zone likes to always lean towards that hard shift side too. So it's definitely not a bad bet for MEZEXIS. I want to see how it works out for them.
Yeah, they're not going to have to worry about their backs, too. That's for sure, because no one's going to be rotating in from Lost. He goes behind them, or Minas. So they're in a great spot. Just depends on how the rest of the game goes, right? You can start off well, but that's not always it. We are still circle 1. This circle 1 is just so much more important than usual. So a lot of teams are prioritizing these rotations. And I'm seeing most of the teams that dropped in the north are rotating down now. We still have 412, Butterfly Effect, and Execute, and Puppeteers, who are going to kind of take their time and just come in extremely late.
Gonna have to figure out a way on in. Meanwhile, you can see SLR just on the roads, full sending it, full boost, all the way on down, trying to get into a good position in the next circle. And SLR looks like they're trying to do a lean strategy, kind of like MEZEXIS, so they might just be coming close to them here in the next few moments.
MEZEXIS should be wary of this. There's going to be multiple teams, right, taking the same pathing you did, because that was the easiest pathing down south. So hopefully they are still watching not so much their backs, but just where they came in from. And we still have 63 alive. We lost 1 player. Looks like LOTUS lost 1 to SLR. But that should be it. It really comes down to circle 2. Where is that going to go? And then we might see some more fights start breaking out.
Let's see what the play is going to be. 412 is deep in the blue zone, and they're going to be for a while. Hopefully they got enough loot here to last them, because they're going to use a ton of utility just to get into this next circle. Meanwhile, you mentioned it earlier, right? And Hyper, pretty dead center in this zone, and they're very in a spot that they love to be. That sloping hillside is going to be huge for them. So they're positioned in a strong spot. No excuses now. Let's see where this next zone is going to head. I mean, yeah, this is still zone 1. I mean, we could still see a circle head all the way over to Los Leones for all we know.
Yeah, we'll see. Where's that shift? Los Higos down south?
Come on.
It is the finals.
Come on. Let's do it.
Jukes.
Let's do it. Take it on down,
Oh!
baby. Let's go. Oh, baby. Here we go. The crystal ball is out. It is shining polished, and Bob's on fire.
Welcome to the finals, where everything you practiced in league stage, well, not everything goes out the window, but a lot of it does, especially with zones like this. And BOPE are ready into a fight with the Canadian Eagles, who came off a very strong game. They had 2 up in the last game for so long and managed to clinch out a second-place finish. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going against the BOPE team.
And they're going to have an advantage here because it's always better to push on a building in like this rather than being in a defensive position, especially early on, because they're going to have so much room to attack, so many different angles, and you can only look out of so many windows. So let's see how they decide to take this fight. Meanwhile, Crow, trying to take advantage of a very split SLR. Long is down. That is going to hurt. And this is the thing. Like, SLRs, sometimes their splits are just not... They're not positionally sound, right? You're putting yourselves in spots where you can't support your teammates almost at all.
Yeah, Stellar goes down too. So MEZEXIS is setting up a really good maybe trap here, as we do have another team coming in that could potentially third party. SLR down to 2, make
what a
that
shot.
1. It's all down to YLG. Yeah, the rotation's not working out this time for SLR, but we are getting really difficult rotations to make with zones like this.
Yeah, and this is the advantage of MEZEXIS heading over here so early, right?
Yep.
Because they could just catch SLR slipping, and that's exactly what they did on rotation. They're putting some shots into YKG, but YKG does make it safely here for now. And we still have 4-1-2 all the way up in the blue zone, and that's just due to where they landed. They were the most northern team, so naturally they're going to be very late to this circle. But they're going to have to push through so many squads to even get in. It's going to be really tough for them.
MEZEXIS maybe looking for the final point. They know they got 3. Oh, they spot the vehicle. Oh, that is a dead giveaway.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like if you're the last player up and 3 of your teammates went down, you should leave where you stop, because they're going to hunt you down. And I love seeing MEZEXIS do this right now.
That's so smart. I mean, easy point. You know it's only 1 player up. Take advantage of it. I mean, every point counts. How many tournaments have we seen in the past, right, where it is decided by 1 point? It is insane. I love how they're clearing, too. So close together. You gotta watch out for that molly, though. Uh-oh. That one was good. That was a good
Splits
molly.
up the team.
Oh, that could have gotten real dangerous. Maton gets knocked, too.
Yeah.
And Inactive, the only player up. If you would have hit that DVS shot and knocked him,
Yeah,
it would have gone the other way around, 100%. But what if that was a nade?
He would have got 3. All 3. Just like that. So, good thing it didn't. Next zone pops. It goes to the east, and Hyper in a good spot. So is BOPE. BOPE just in a dead center of that zone. And this, we saw 55 alive, Jukes. And look how small this circle is, especially given the fact that it's water. And Los Eagles still in the zone. Execute now fighting Puppeteers, coming late, extremely late, now being gate kept.
Faye trying to throw out some nades, trying to catch him slipping. Dong on the off angle, trying to jump, trying to get some information. We start seeing some driving plays come out. They have the numbers. Luciano's
into
gonna
the
go
blue
all the
zone.
way
I
on the other
love
side.
that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. He's going to have all the angles, all the sight lines in the world on these guys.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, but it's so risky. He does not want to get knocked.
Yeah, all he's got to do is pressure.
Yep.
Make Execute scared to fight back.
Oh, what a
got way
shot.
too greedy. Too greedy on those peaks. Dong up close and personal right now in a 1v1. Is it just Trick and Dong?
No way.
It comes down to, yeah, it's just Trick and Dong! Clutches it out. Trick turns his back for just 1 second, Jukes. Just 1 second.
Oh, that's all it took. I thought I thought he was safe as well with that sloping hill, but he was not. So, Dong, massive play from Dong. I'll tell you what, this guy's no joke. He has that clutch factor running through his veins, Zute.
Yeah, I mean, Trick is a great player as well, so that was not a free 1v1 for Dong.
For
Great to
sure.
see both players playing that extremely well. But man, Puppeteers, that got real close. The player that went for that off angle got a little bit too greedy, in my opinion, when he took multiple repeaks.
Yeah, especially taking them from the same spot, you know?
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little bit tough. But you know what? Sometimes when you just see them wide open, you just get, like you mentioned, a little bit too greedy. But you can also pay for it. Meanwhile, let's see MEZEXIS starting to make the climb, right, onto Wall Street Bets. Canadian Eagles, man, we didn't even get the chance to see them. They are gone. The question on the board for everybody is which team's going to get the most eliminations? And meanwhile, let's look at this as Wall Street Bets.
Ooh.
Wow, what a double play right there. 1v2 does get caught in return, though, by Crow. And, yeah, it looks like MEZEXIS should be able to get these reses off.
MEZEXIS is up to 5 already. Wall Street Bets, they're not going aggressive off this, and that's because YKG, they're here to third party. They're here to play. Not a great game for YKG in the first one, but they're looking to change it up here. They can pick up a lot of eliminations onto this area from the high ground.
Yes, they can indeed. Let's take a look at MEZEXIS. So these teams are playing very close together. This is just because of this circle. It's a very difficult one to play here. A lot of congestion here on this side of the map. And Hyper been real quiet here. They've been just waiting their time, waiting for the circle to close, which it's about to. 412. Hey, shout out to 412, right? The boys heading all the way down to Los Egos.
Yeah.
They believe. They say, you know what? Juke said it. It's got to be it. But unfortunately, the zone does go up to the north. And man, hey, and Hyper, right? Starting to get some of that zone luck they needed.
Oh, here comes YKG, though, onto the push. Pushing in from one side. I like it. They're isolating this side. Jiwoon all by himself now. He's got the DPS, gets one, still alive. How is he not knocked? 2 of the YKG members almost go down to JatG as well.
I thought that almost got stolen too. That is wild. And Lotus gonna take that actually from Fetty. Where the heck is Lotus at? That must have been a
They're all the way on down south on the low ground.
down south. So what a play there to take those points. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS. Baton, another massive player. No elimination so far, but this is definitely one of the star players from league stage. Let's see if this can turn it up. Not able to hit them. No, yeah, not able to hit that nade on the JatG right there.
I thought that was money. That looked in right there. Crow is knocked. One of the players have to go back for Crow now. And if another player gets knocked, YKG might just try and third party this. This is a great spot in the zone to be as well. So you got to decide, do we risk, going out here, or do we just chill and wait? Because we got such a good spot in the circle. Why risk it?
Oh, goodness gracious. You know what? Speaking of 1 point, Sute, we talk about that difference. I just saw a player right now where it was a huge difference for him, and that's JatG. I remember there was a major tournament, and JatG squad missed out on qualifying by 1 point, right? But that team on top of them ended up getting penalized. So they were able to go ahead and push through and get to actually compete. I remember how excited he was to play in his first major tournament. And we've seen him here in the NA scene ever since. He's definitely a strong player. Mm-hmm. It's just, him finding a squad to really synergize with has been an issue.
Yeah, JatG is definitely one of those players that I've had my eyes on as well. It just does not seem to find, the right team, like you mentioned, the synergy. Very experienced player as Lujan finds 24K. 24K is down and out. That is a confirmed point from the Puppeteers player. Woo, Puppeteers coming in for a little bit of fourth party potential now from distance anyhow. And yeah, you see them all the way up on that hilltop. MEZEXIS, yeah, they realize like, hey, we're in a great spot. We have 4 up.
Chill.
We know if we try and commit onto JatG, he's going to go down fine. He's going to get one knock and insta try and thirst. So looks like they're not going to risk it. Not now anyways.
Yeah, this is a timing thing right here, right? Because they know they have the advantage. They know they can take out JatG anytime they want for the most part. But the problem is like, yeah, it's risky, but also you risk the third party. But you know what? They say, you know what? Now's the time. Let's do it. They get the securement and they do it quick. Very good.
That was good. Yeah. They committed 2 people to that, double peaked at the same time. That was good. It could have gone the other way around if, we see players going 1 by 1, but this is the finals. I don't want to see any of that happening. In the finals, finally some more action on the east side. Ace of Spades coming in. It looks like they took out 1 player, and we're down to the next circle shift. Of course, in Hyper, just, sitting so nice, but 4-2, they made it across. They swam across, and they made it onto land.
And here they go. Where's this next zone going to go? Is he going to get deadlocked onto N-Hyper once again? They'll take it to the bank, and it does. So they are in a really good spot right here. MEZEXIS, you know, this is what the advantage, right, of leaving so early into that circle. They're in such a dominant position.
Yeah, they already have a lot of points too, and hopefully they still have 4 up. Look, I only see 3 on the screen. Chico goes down, and that's from Dong?
I'm telling you, from downtown.
Wow.
From downtown, dude. This dude is ridiculous. Question, Zute. Which team's going to have the most eliminations? I'm going to be hard-pressed to pass up on MEZEXIS right now. With 6 already in a good position, that's the team I'm going to go with.
It's either that or N-Hyper, just because we see what N-Hyper could do towards the late game. But I'm going to have to go with MEZEXIS as well. They are up at 6 points. They're in a strong position, and they have 4 up. And we saw how they dealt with, you know, challenges. They played it very careful and methodical. So this MEZEXIS team, they're in the right mindset for this finals.
Yes, they are. And they had a really good first game, right? It's not like they had a bad one at all. They put up some really good solid points. So they're definitely feeling themselves here as the finals has begun. Meanwhile, you got Butterfly Effect. They got into a hot drop in game number 1, and Excuse was on the bad side of 1 as well. So let's see how both of these teams are going to be able to handle and overcome that adversity. Oh, Chronix is stuck. Yeah, and in a really bad position here. It's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, both teams not in the zone, but of course Butterfly Effect much closer. They can sit on top of this hill and gatekeep the entire team of Excuse. Excuse, I don't know if they lost all their vehicles. That's what it looks like, because they're all running in on foot. Put some nice shots onto D, forces him back down into cover. Pop that first aid, but look at that distance they got to cover. There is no way they're going to be able to do that without a vehicle. And Koi actually gets a knock onto Chronix. And Hyper long range, you got to worry about them too.
Just so much pressure. And they do have a buggy on the other side, but it's like, yeah, you can see the tires just absolutely beat up right there. So Koi getting that knock. GK first applying some pressure too. Yeah, I mean, Excuse are just getting attacked from all sides here. Nothing they can do.
Yeah, and it looks like N-Hyper does confirm both of those points, as you see Butterfly Effect with 0. So N-Hyper starting to rack up those points. That would have been my second pick, and you can see why from distance. GK first finds another one, confirms it as well. Oh, GK first is starting to do GK first things.
I will say what, you know, when it comes
kindness.
to kindness,
he got a knock onto Butterfly Effect just now too.
Matt just gonna heal up, try to deny some points. Actually, no, he's gonna leave himself wide in the open. D's gonna take that and take some easy eliminations. Actually, wow, they only got 1 of those, and Hyper took a bunch. That's crazy. Yeah. I'll tell you what, you know, Excuse's position, that is where you want a bolt action. But I'll talk about that later as we see PASSIONFRUIT full send it onto BOPE, and they do get the better of them here.
PASSIONFRUIT, can they get the reset up to 3? And BOPE is not what is BOPE doing?
Send!
Hello?
Run! Let's go! Bring
go.
the heat. You're taking way too much time. You're gonna what? They gave up?
No, I mean, they're still gonna go. They're going for it.
They gave up.
Just slowly.
It's already up. Like, they had to have already ran. These smokes are coming out way too late.
Yeah, the reset is
now
back.
Here they come.
Yeah, I think they just reset to 3. They're all low, though. BOPE could still close this one out. There's 3 up of them. PASSIONFRUIT. BULUC, you know, smartly leaves and gets third-partied from Ace. Ace of Spades getting that knock. And here comes Wancho.
Oh, couldn't do it. Couldn't get it done. So BOPE not having to really worry about much here. Zuko has that M249, but that ain't gonna work out. So BOPE, wow, took their time, their sweet time there, but it ended up working out.
Yeah, I mean, taking their time was fine. I was just worried that they didn't know, right? That they didn't know to push in that situation. Because we talked about this before. When the other team has 1 or 2 knocked, you have more time than you think. You don't have to go immediately, because that sometimes does lead to a grenade coming in. You don't get your smokes down, the other angles, third parties, etc. So they took their time and they closed it out. They knew they had to push, though, which was good to see.
Let's see how they're gonna push into this next circle here. We're in zone number 6. It's starting to close. You know, MEZEXIS is still in a great spot here. N-Hyper on the other side. They're looking to have a dominant match here. This is where N-Hyper really thrives, right? Where they're just fully set up, they can just have their lay of the land, and they could just shoot at anything that moves from long range. Because these guys from long range, they don't miss.
When Hyper gets comfortable, they get real comfortable. Here comes
Oh,
BOPE
yeah.
with the push,
Uh-oh.
pushing up real close. That smoke is not helping 412 out at all. Gunpain trying to make that nade work. 3-point and Gunpain, the last two on the defense against all of BOPE. BOPE should be able to take this, but oh wait, there's Ace of Spades. Blinky Pay looking to maybe third party this too. He's gonna play spoiler, and yeah, he
Yep.
does. He gets Nightcrocs in the background. It's not looking good for BOPE now.
Oh, Gunpain with a nice shot there on his Supra. Takes him out the window with that DBS. Fuego's on the back end. And I think Blinky Bay is going to find an angle. Actually, no, he's going to take down Supra. He said, I'll take that point
man.
and run with it. See ya.
This is how you play solo. When you're down to the last player, you just rat it out and just spoil as much as you can. He pick up 2, maybe 3 more points there. Hyper, I think Hyper's starting to realize, hey, we have full control of everything. Let's start getting a little bit more aggressive and see what we can find here.
Ooh, they already got 4 elimination points, and I do not think that's where they're going to stop. Let's see how many they end up with at the end of this. Like you said, now they're starting to get real comfortable. Oh, he spotted Fuego there at the bottom of the hill. And that's affording him some coverage for now. Yeah, he is in this next zone, but barely. Yeah, see how much Nate's dealing with right now. I mean, they are big chilling.
Yeah, same with MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS and Hyper both. Everyone else just fragmented into teams. Pretty much almost cannon fodder for these two huge teams now. Let's see how many points MEZEXIS and Hyper could rack up. And it goes dead center. Good for both Hyper and MEZEXIS. Bad for everyone else involved in the match.
Ooh, absolutely. Not to mention, Hyper are going to have so much high ground right here. So, I mean, they're at a massive advantage. Now, the thing that makes me worry is Hyper, all they got to do is just stick to the basics. These crazy splits, trying to focus on too much is where they're going to get caught out. You got Koi on that huge off angle.
They're so good at that, though, Jukes.
They are, but Koi can't get knocked here. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, Koi has had, some failures when it comes to those off angles, but Hyper, they're the one team that can do a little too much and do it correctly. So they got the experience, they got the execution down. The question is, Jukes, what you've been throwing around is, come finals, can they pull it off still? So we'll see here in the next few minutes.
Joey's still alive for YKG. Now Kindness gets a knock on the Cloudy. Starting to pick up some nice points, and that's Butterfly Effect gone. So, tough one for them. Meanwhile, Joey does get eliminated, so that should be YKG out as well. Yes, 6 teams remaining. We're in a top 6 situation. MEZEXIS with 10 already.
Big 1-0, double digits, and there's more to come.
First team to break the double-digit eliminations in one match so far here in the finals. And man, they had a solid game 1, so MEZEXIS are going to really do well on the points. Here we go as Baton going against Dadong, and he gets
so
shot
close.
up. Wow, but barely survives.
Yeah, Dong falling back just in time. He gets knocked to Hyper, though. Hyper, can they confirm that point? I think they will. Yep. Ren does confirm that one. So MEZEXIS losing out on a point there. Liu Zhang, can he get a knock here?
Sneaky. Sneaky. Oh, when's he going to pull it? He does.
Knock and thirst.
Got one.
Go for the hard
thirst.
thirst. Oh, the tree.
He's not going to get it. The tree. Oh, my gosh. That's got to hurt.
Can
Kind of
MEZEXIS
sees the smoke. It just says, okay, all right, I guess that's that.
Yeah.
It's like getting bit by a mosquito, in the forest. It stings, but you know what? Get over it.
And I want to see MEZEXIS trying to capitalize off that, but maybe too much happening in the elimination feed, so they're not fully aware. The strongest other team, which is Hyper, had one knocked. So we might see that 4v4, but BOPE and 412 still going at it. Fuego putting up a huge fight in a 1v2 situation. He got that nade knock earlier. He's peeking over, doesn't see them. He knows there's somewhere. The revive comes through. There's a good molly. Doesn't hit, though.
I'll tell you what, I got to give big props to 412. They had the hardest rotation of any team getting into this circle. They were the most northern squad in a very southern position.
You're right.
And they've made, look at them. They're in top 4 here. They've secured some good placement points. You wonder why they don't have any eliminations. Well, that's because of that circle, But they made the best of it. They're still putting up points on the board. They're still in a top situation here. Heck, they might even make it the top 3 if Hyper's going to push on to BOPE. Let's see where 412 ends at the end of this. Yeah, Fuego about to get into it, and he is gone. So top 3 finish for 412. MEZEXIS hearing all this ruckus over here. Let's see what's going to happen. Uh-oh, Gunpain said, you know what? We want a piece of this. Oh! Baton with the clutch one on the kindness. That is going to hurt in Hyper. It's a 2v2.
Oh, yeah, 412 can win this now. They just got to push over, make sure they don't fall into the sightlines of MEZEXIS. It is a close fight. Back and forth peaks we go. Gunpain goes down. Rin is good with that AK. MEZEXIS not... Okay, MEZEXIS moving up, getting some more territory. Freepoint is still here for 412. They got to deal with Freepoint. Do they secure? No, they all go down. And that's MEZEXIS coming in, actually, and active, going active, taking out all of Hyper. Freepoint. 412, congrats on your second place, but this is the MEZEXIS show. He's got to pan out. He was going to pan him.
MEZEXIS with the craziest finish. A ton of eliminations. That is what we're talking about, folks. What is that, 15 on the side of MEZEXIS? Goodness gracious.
MEZEXIS coming in huge and active, sprayed down the entire Hyper team. I wish we got to see a POV of that, but 25, basically 2,600 damage, 15 eliminations. Hey, this all came off that early rotation from minute 1. What a great rotation, and they made it work.
Yep. I mean, Skyline with 5 eliminations, Baton with 942 damage. We talked about it, right? We talked about it. As soon as we saw that circle, we called out what the play should be. MEZEXIS did exactly that. And they're the team that gets the chicken dinner here. But they didn't do it just, in a normal fashion. They did it with style. 15 eliminations in the finals? That's how you win championships right there, Zoo.
Yeah, MEZEXIS, that's a great one for them. I want to see what more they could do, Jukes. This finals is just starting to ramp up, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these highlights.
I had high hopes for Hyper to be able to come back there and put up the elims, but you know what? It was all MEZEXIS. They put on a stellar performance. I think you heard 15 eliminations coming in for them, plus the chicken dinner. That's 25. But honestly, 7, this was a ridiculous game because, again, we had a ridiculous zone.
Back to back. Like Sute was saying, you know what? Forget about what you learned in league stage because NA Finals is here, and I feel like some of those teams realize that. Seeing a lot faster rotations there as soon as that circle popped. MEZEXIS being one of them, and Hyper too. They were the 2 teams quickest to rotate into the first circle.
Well, I think quickest to rotate technically could go 412 NOMADS way, just because they started rotating earlier, but because they were so far away, they had to rotate for a much longer amount of time. And we'll touch on that a little bit here as Hyper. Well, they do bounce back, right? After the subpar performance in the first match, getting 0 points. MEZEXIS getting themselves 25. PUPPETEER even getting themselves up there yet again here with 11. We saw them do fairly well in our first match, so they survived for such a long time. But also some newer names, right? BOPE, Ace of Spades, PASSIONFRUIT's up there again. I'm honestly really curious what the overalls are starting to look like here, 7.
Me too, and I'm actually surprised PUPPETEER is being able to continue with those eliminations. That's the second match now that we have seen them being able to get those elims. And with 412, something that the casters were pointing out and something that we were actually talking about during that match is the only way that they were going to be able to get in is if they went to Los Eagles through Valle del Mar and tried to swim across. They were able to do just that. And at the end, it kind of worked out for them because they were able to start fighting Hyper. MEZEXIS definitely helped them out. Overall, great play, even though the points don't really reflect it in a big way for 412. The way they were able to finish that off was great. And what was not great here is Stream Slayers was not able to back up that win that they got earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, you have a good game, you can have a bad game after. And unfortunately for them, though, it means Hyper should be taking a lead back. I think one team that we were kind of both surprised on was Wall Street Bets, because they were the first team. They were the only team really in that first zone, and they didn't really do enough with it. I think we were both expecting them to actually send it into the zone a little bit earlier on, set themselves up in a really good position, really central, but they didn't bother to go central in that first zone. They kind of stayed back a little bit, and so many teams just kind of went past them, got better positions, and then Wall Street Bets just kind of fell behind.
I think N-Hyper being one of them, and then they ended up rotating towards where N-Hyper was, and I feel like that threw off Wall Street Bets pretty much whole game plan. And like you were mentioning, I think it came down to 4 teams being able to rotate faster south, even though Wall Street Bets was already in the circle.
All right, well, you know what? Let's move on back to MEZEXIS here. Take a look at their player stats from this last match, because we have to hone in on this team who's put up the most eliminations in our finals. Then again, it has just been 2 matches, but 15 is nothing to laugh at here. You can see Baton again, Hot Jukes and Zute were talking about him, a phenomenal player with that 942 damage done. And active, funny thing is, I feel like this is one of the quieter games I've seen out of him, because when he came into phase 2, he was like the player for the team.
Yeah, and inactive, great stats. I want to go back with what you were saying in regards to Baton and what the casters have been saying, because that has been the standout player for this team. The one that ended up being able to get 87 elims throughout all the league stages, and I think the person that followed him was Skyline with 55. So you can see a big gap between those two, but here, I mean, very close in regards to everybody. The numbers they're able to put, Baton being able to put 4 elims out of 942 damage, and then Skyline there with 725. 5 elims. This is great stuff. The aggressiveness too that we saw out of this team, the confidence too. I mean, at the end, we even saw a player take it out of the pan. They were thinking about panning somebody too. Even though it is game 2 of finals, this is one of those dark horse teams for me. This is a team that was able to improve when we went to phase 3. If we went to look at their performances from phase 1, I think phase 1 they ended up with 94 points, phase 2 108 points, and in phase 3 a big step up out of them, 152 points. If this team can continue on to at least gather some points, right, at least after day 1, maintain themselves within the first page, within the top 8, they could definitely strike for that top 5 on the final day.
I think you said that was a team that could pull off a somewhat of an upset, right? Potentially taking a top 5 position. And I feel like there's very real possibility they could, especially if Lotus can't like really pick up their elimination game here, as we talked a lot about how their placements are really how things worked out for them. But it's been a really hectic, crazy start so far here. I'm actually curious to see what's going to happen as we get over onto Sandhawk. You know, PASSIONFRUIT, you know what? Okay. I was calling we're going to have a little bit of a normalcy with our zones, but I can feel it. I can Hot Jukes channel it with me, man. Northwest Island Zone, PASSIONFRUIT win. Do you expect that, 7? Can you see that in the card, 7?
I don't know. I don't know. Because they're still too spread out, and usually Nate ends up getting knocked, at least from what I've seen in the past. Nate ends up getting knocked because he's too spread out from the team. If they can compact it a little bit more, maybe.
You're forgetting something, 7. What's today?
First day of finals, Friday.
What happens when Nate plays first day of finals? He gets that first day finals buff, man. We saw it happen with the Panthers last season.
Okay.
He's been playing pretty well so far.
Are we saying that he's about to pop off here in Sandhawk, though?
If it's a Northwest Island, yeah.
Only if that happens. Okay.
You know what? We'll see. Well, you know what? We're going to find out in just a few moments. Going to remind you guys once again at home that Monster Energy is our official energy partner here at PMPL. You guys can unleash the beast. Just go pick one up, go chug it on down, and go play some PUBG Mobile, or maybe just stick with us and drink and watch, because it's going to get hype in here with our hypest of hype casters of Hot Jukes and Zute. Take it away.
Oh man, this is going to be a big one. We haven't seen, well, we saw it once. We saw that Northwestern Island one time. And with the finals, with the way the circles have been, hey, we should see it a second time right now. We heard the devs talking about it. PASSIONFRUIT, they need that circle. They always land up there. And it's just, if they get that circle, they could pop off like the devs said. And we haven't seen the zone in on the top, tippity top of that island. And I think that's what we all want to see here. And it's Sandhawk after all, where the craziest of crazy can happen. We've almost had a K finish as well, Jukes. So it's just like, where's that circle gonna go? We don't know. But one thing we do know is that first place, not guaranteed whatsoever. All these teams are starting to show up when it matters, and let's get into match number 3. We are already 3 matches in, Hot Jukes.
Let's go!
Just like that, we are 3 matches in.
Let's go, baby. 3 matches in. We're almost a third of the way this whole tournament. And, oh, man, I mean, I was speechless. I was speechless after that second game, Zute, right? MEZEXIS having the craziest of performances. Jason on that right energy, right? Let's go. Let's see that circle go all the way over to Camp Alpha, and let's see PASSIONFRUIT put some work in. But like you mentioned, if it doesn't go there, take it to Cave, baby. Come on. We still want to see a Cave finish here in the finals. Give it to us. Give it to me one time.
Yeah, it's Cave or that Northwestern Island. Honestly, Paradise Resort ending would be kind of cool too. We haven't seen that in a while. Or maybe even boot camp. Some type of urban ending on Sandhawk. That's something, yeah, now that I think about it, we haven't had an urban ending, like a city ending on Sandhawk. So all of this could happen given the fact it is finals and we have seen circles that we've never seen yet before.
Oh, and guess what? You know what we haven't seen before, Zute? Butterfly effect giving up Paradise. They gave it up, so they finally put their big brain hats on and said, you know what? It's just not worth it. They get and it pays off! And it pays off! Scripted! Let's go. We have that beautiful Northwestern Island finish we're most likely going to see. And man, Butterfly Effect, this is their sign, right? Hey, this hot drop ain't worth it. We decide not to go there. We take hot 10 and we get blessed. Let's go.
Yeah, this is not dress rehearsal, ladies and gentlemen. This is the real thing. This circle is real. We are going to that Northwestern watching not go there, which would be even crazier given the fact of how much of it is in zone. But man, this is going to be a good one. And Butterfly Effect, they are happy. They decided to make the call to give up Paradise Resort. They are on the right island to start things off.
Man, and this could be their bounce back game, right? I mean, they had a couple tough ones here off the rip. They had to deal with a hot drop in game match number 1. They had to deal with a lot of hecticness of match number 2. And now with this zone here, they're going to be in a good position, but they're going to have to defend most likely against YKG here soon, because you see a lot of teams instantly sending it. YKG is going to actually send it across. And it was Butterfly Effect ready. Ooh, just not ready enough. Can they catch one at least? No, too fast.
Yep. I think Joey will end up swimming across there. So Chico's here. Kubi.
Hello.
I don't think they know Kubi is here. Yeah, oh yeah, Chico has no idea.
Kubi's stuck.
No, he's not stuck. I think
he's
stuck. They should be worried about Kubi. Kubi's got the DBS. And Chico's not clearing everything by himself. That's good. He's waiting for his team. Wow, okay.
Where are they?
That is good discipline.
Oh, That's moved.
Very good discipline.
Kubi moves. He's trying to buy some time. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go across that. Oh, jump shots. Crazy shots here. Gets one. That's a nice one on Chico.
Pop
almost
goes
got
to
two.
He gets two. Wow. Oh, Fierce actually didn't get knocked. He just went down to 1 HP. Yeah.
That hurts.
Kubi definitely playing some Pop Goes the Weasel. Almost takes down. It's because they were grouping up to clear him out. Like, he could hear there was one set of footsteps, and then became 2, then became 3. They weren't pushing him. They knew. And if they didn't know, they were going to clear it out together. So he had to go aggressive there. So,
that's
nice
true.
try.
I just thought he was going to actually go on the other side of that broken wall, because I think his team was in line of sight of that. But, I think this is a little bit of a slip up here from Butterfly Effect for sure, losing a player like that. But you know what? That's what happens when you're not used to this position. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not used to this particular zone. Huh?
All right, take a look at the minimap. Didn't PASSIONFRUIT control the top of the mountain to start this game off?
They did.
Yeah, Puppeteer's up there now.
Puppeteers took it?
Oh, PASSIONFRUIT lost a player.
Oh my goodness.
So Puppeteer sent it up there real fast before PASSIONFRUIT can even group up, and then they took the mount. Oh man, PASSIONFRUIT, come on. I noticed one thing, Jukes. This finals time, everybody's rotating way faster than usual, and it is throwing some teams off guard.
For sure, yeah. You know, like we was talking about earlier, Butterfly, like, not used to that position, getting it. Yeah, just not set up in time. And YKG slips right towards them and Crazy to see PASSIONFRUIT lose a player early to Puppeteers in a place that's their home. You know, we've seen teams like, you know, Gladiators, GG. We've seen them dominate from that space. If that zone goes to that island, they're finishing a chicken dinner with like 15 points. That's how crazy they are with it. But yeah, PASSIONFRUIT just not able to capitalize in the same way. We're seeing a lot of players get picked off here. 4 so far. 4-1-2 NOMADS lose a player early on. And meanwhile, in Hyper, right, the team we've been talking about here, they need to watch their backs, Sute, because MEZEXIS just had a crazy, crazy game. And I'll tell you what, this lead is going to be, if it hasn't already dwindled down to nothing, it's going to get pretty scary here very soon.
Kindness. He's chilling, though. He's not worried. He's not worried at all. Look at him.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Doing
Kindness
it
just chilling.
in style. In style. This is the most difficult zone for in Hyper, for sure, coming into this Northwestern Island. So we'll see how good of a game in Hyper it can get here. But look at all of these teams just prioritizing rotations and just in the zone already. I think the fact that we're coming into the finals, everybody kind of knows in the back of their head, okay, we got to speed up our rotations by at least a minute.
Wow,
Ooh,
Cloudy. Nice knock there on the Garas. Fishy is still swimming. Very, very true to his name.
He's just
Well,
a fish.
That's on brand.
Yeah.
It's on brand for Fishy. Meanwhile, Cloudy, right, his brand is just going crazy. We saw him get some insane eliminations during the league stage. That's another one of those wild card players. And I'll tell you what, we've talked about it time and time again, right? For players on teams that, you know, maybe don't have so much success here, having crazy performances like that definitely gets eyes on you. And we've seen players, right, that didn't quite make it with their team get picked up for America's Championship.
It could happen. It could happen. We're going
know all
into the
about
next
that.
circle. I'm the best sub in A. I get picked up the most out of anyone into the most global performances too. And hey, I did get to global performances too without needing to get picked up. So I have that to my credit too. So it's not just me
True.
getting a free ride every time. So and Hyper looking to do a full rotate. Look, Kindness, what's
wow.
Kindness doing? There's no way he's gonna get away with that. He is literally driving through 4 different colors of circles, Jukes, and he's rotating back.
And now he's going back. Now he's going back.
He's like, okay, no,
Wow,
this
but he
isn't
got
gonna
pretty
work.
far.
And he stayed alive, and he had a teammate in hand too. So that's a lot of valuable info they just got without losing a
Huge.
player.
100%. So, man, they really were able to push up deep, and they were all the way down near, like, Camp Charlie, right? So they are, to be able to even make it here that cleanly is pretty ridiculous. So let's see how they take advantage of it. Meanwhile, you got SLR here in this spot. Cloudy does go down to PASSIONFRUIT as they're trying to make up for losing Valak early on. Let's see how they do here. So that's going to be 1 elimination. That's going to be Juancho's. Juancho getting an elimination early on. Proud of you. Let's see what they're going to do, though, is, yeah, you can see it's only Jason up for Butterfly Effect with D. He does have this rooftop, so that's pretty dangerous, but he's got to be careful because there's a lot of people that can see this spot from different angles.
Yeah, especially when the zone starts getting smaller. For now, it's a great spot. I'd love to see Jason not shoot until, you know, PASSIONFRUIT is wide in the open, though. As excuse, coming in with the push onto SLR. It is a 4v4 SLR playing a little bit more split, 2-1-2 in the buildings. Excuse, trying to find some openings right here. And if too much noise is made and too much happens in the elimination feed, and Hyper are very close by, so that's a thing to consider as well.
This is what I don't like about Super Lazy Reflex, though, the way they defend, right? They just kind of caught looking inside of buildings. They're not really finding angles. They do get a nice Molotov right there, but you could just see, like, the amount of information that they allow themselves to give is so limited, and it does open the door for a lot of different teams to push so aggressively on them.
Yeah.
Stellar gets pieced up. I think that's a third
Ooh,
party, so
yeah,
that's
from
gotta
distance.
hurt.
Yeah, SLR rely too much on the other team making a mistake rather than them getting the advantage for themselves. And Chico gets a knock onto Y Elegy and a confirmation.
Ouch.
SLR down to 3. And now they're trying to do something when it's too late. They're down to 2 now. Excuse will be taking the spot over. Down
Yep.
to 1. And it's all down to Long.
Yeah, you can't just be stuck staring inside of a
Oh,
building.
Chronix.
Oh, long.
Oof.
Wow, they lost Chronix too. That's gonna hurt. Nice sneaky
hate
play
it.
there from Long.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Oof.
When your team starts getting openings, and you get too pumped up, you get too much adrenaline, and you just rush out. You forget, to play things accordingly. And Chronix made that mistake. As good as a player as he is, that's one of those mistakes that, yeah, you have 3 knock, no need to rush it, right? Just make sure you don't run out into the open and get thirsted, which is exactly what happened.
I feel bad for Chronix because, I mean, I think that the way his team has been performing so far, the way they did in the league stage, he just looks like a player that's trying to make a miracle happen. But let's talk about that in a second because we got BOPE pushing up against Ace, Spades. It's just ILY, I believe, up left. Meanwhile, Nightcrocs and Fuego pushing all on up. Oh, get bodied.
Oh, he's
The
winning this one.
1v2, he's got the right angle, he's got the advantage, loses it. Nightcrocs clutching at the last second. That was huge.
Yeah, big clutch. If not, whole team is gone. But instead, he gets the full reset up to 4. New zone popping up. It is not. Well, it could still go up to that Puppeteer mountaintop. But Hot 10 starting to get pricey with that real estate as so many teams are looking to move in now.
Let's see exactly where they're going to move on into. 4-1-2, they lost free point early on. This is all the way at boot camp. Oof. This is going to be a tough rotation on over. Wall Street Bets are on the other side as well. Why are they shooting? Honestly, this is blowing my mind. Like, they are so far out of this next circle. Trying to even shoot inwards right now is just giving so much unwanted attention.
Yeah, if anything, it's drawing more attention. It's like saying, hey, we're going to try and challenge you because we might go this way. But smart enough, they go the other way around. MEZEXIS is not in the zone on top of that hill either that they were shooting at, but they could definitely wait to camp them out if needed. Back onto the Hot 10 side of things, we have 4 different teams in here. We got PASSIONFRUIT, Extreme Slayers, Butterfly Effect, and LOTUS all hovering around the Hot 10 area.
Juancho trying to find some angles. Let's see. This is going to be an intense match here. We're all the way up here on this island, as Jason did request. And it's crazy to see how it's turning out right now. PASSIONFRUIT not getting that hillside, not really having the performance or start that we really wanted to see. But they did get this zone. Yeah, it's going to be Puppeteer. Yeah, Puppeteer are going to take advantage of it the most.
Koi. Oh, they're going to go for that revive as well. That should be communicated out. Yeah, Puppeteer should really hard focus on this now because they're not going to have too many points or opportunity for points after the circle shifts off of them. And they're not looking down there. I'm surprised. Oh, is that a shack that they're in? Is that a rock they're behind?
I don't even know if they have very many much long-range assistance. You can see him there, Lujiang there with using the AK, iron sight.
Yeah, that is a shack. Okay. I see why they're not hard scoping it as much. So revive goes through.
Here comes the vehicle rotation. Super risky. Wow, I'm surprised his shot's not getting
The ammo.
blasted at him. Yeah. Oh, the ammo indeed.
Yeah.
Dong doesn't want to use it all up because he knows he's going to need it here. Okay, all right. Here comes PASSIONFRUIT trying to stay alive. Ooh, they do lose one. Juancho clutching it up. Ooh, but Jason with the
1v2.
DBS. Got him.
He's good for it. And wow.
Remix.
Sheesh.
Woo! Through the window. Crazy.
To the bank. He's going to take that point.
Take it.
He's going to take that point to the bank right there. Remix. And that's how some star players get it done. They just find those angles. They find those points from the most uncanny of spots. So good job for them. Hot 10 is in the next zone. We are going north, Jukes.
Wow, we're headed to the north, and it's huge for Extreme Slayers to be able to clutch that up remix, right? Because now he's going to have a lot more of Hot 10 to himself. Meanwhile, Puppeteers on the south side got to get moving, and Hyper is going to almost try to circumvent them. But Execute, what is going on? This is just going back and forth. Kindness is laying down the law. 4 eliminations all to himself.
I don't know what happened to Execute. They're in zone right here. But they really wanted to fight for that spot that wasn't in circle at the watchtower. And yeah,
whoop. See ya.
I think that was a case of trying to do too much for Execute. We really got to go back to we got to know what the comms were for that one, though, because that might have been the play. Who knows? But from our perspective, was not the play. And Puppeteer is still on top of this hill, not able to find too much though. They have 1 point so far, so this hilltop is great for sightlines, but confirming those points is another story.
Well, I'll tell you what, and Hyper's completely circumventing him here. Like, if they're not careful, they're going to be the team getting gate kept now. As and Hyper, man, still surviving here. This circle with 4 eliminations. They still have 3 up, and one of those is Kindness, so still a deadly team. They're forced to make a very bold rotation here up north, and they are going to be able to catch the Shack for free, so it ends up working out for them.
Yeah, this is where Execute was earlier until they left the spot and lost the fight to NHyper. And yeah, you can see them like thinking like, wait, the spot's not taken?
This is free?
This is such a nice spot though. I think they're putting the 2 and 2 together and realizing that was Execute's spot.
Oh my gosh, Kindness.
Look at all that ammo.
It's ridiculous.
He's got 400 plus M4 shots, so he could spray as much as he wants up to the Puppeteer side. Puppeteers, they got to move off that mountaintop. So they're going to come off the top with how many points in the bag?
Oof.
They got 2. So
wow.
not working out as they might have planned. And yep, this is going to be a tough one for them to come down.
Well, yeah, it sure is. And this is what happens when you just take too much time, right? They took too much time there in that spot. They thought it was just too juicy to give up. And now they're going to be punished for it. Let's see what the next zone's going to go. Hot 10 finish? Okay.
Oh.
All right. That, you know, NHyper could push it to the shoreline there.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. Or, I mean, I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, Rin's going to go ahead and confirm that shoreline. And it's going to be free. So NHyper just, I mean, wow. Rolling the dice. And it's just working out so well for them.
They're going to get that whole shoreline for... Oh, and let's excuse. They're full sending it.
Here
That's
they go.
Matt. I think Matt's got a teammate in the car.
And they got him. Ooh. If the rest of NHyper just went at the same time, but I understand why they decided to hedge their bets there. Ooh, that's got to be tough, though, because that would have been a great spot for them.
Yeah, I think that would be that's a big learning moment for NHyper. Like, hey, we're not the only team that could get away with these, like, crazy rotations in the late game to these type of spots. It will be contested. So now they're down to 2. Still looking at Puppeteers. Puppeteers should definitely just buy those points if anything. There's no way you're getting down. Like, why are you trying?
Oh, dong. Beat up, about to go down. Faye getting taken out. Extreme Slayers popping off here in the finals. And that's Puppeteers eliminated just like that. Meanwhile, Robert's trying to make the push onto Gunpain. Taking his time. I think waiting for his team. Trying to get the lay of the land as well. Trying to get all that info. And Gunpain, the last one alive. Honestly, they don't really have to push this, but they want that elimination point. Here they go.
Yeah,
they got to know he's in there. Yep.
Robert's here. Yep.
Uh-oh, DBS.
though.
Uh-oh,
Yep.
no. And he's back. And he's gone. He said, you know what? Come on. All right, I'm out.
There we go. Baby Bray gets it done.
He said, I got it. Don't worry.
Down. Canadian Eagles pushing in, and it looks like it's all down to Baby Tang. This is the east side of Hot 10, as Zone is pushing these players further in. He is against the 4-man team of, I believe that's BOPE. One is down. DBS pre-fires.
Got him.
Wow.
Nice shot there from Baby Tang. That's going to be 4 eliminations, and he's going to go down to the blue zone, but still very, very nice shots. Ophelia, oh, not even able to get the confirmation or steal it from Papa Blue. Papa Blue punishing people here at this point in time.
Yeah, that's a big loss for BOPE. They lost 1 player to Baby Tang. Yeah, some of the team want to play more inside the zone to gatekeep. The other player outside in the blue, and it gets confirmed. So they'll be down to 3. Could have 4 up, but that's something to be learned from. MEZEXIS still have 4 in Hot 10. Same with Extreme Slayers. Both of these teams have already popped off in game 1 and 2, and it looks like game 3 is going to come down to these 2 as well, potentially.
Uh-oh, and this is how you start creating that lead, right? You start creating that lead. We talked about how those bonus points, they help, but they aren't the whole end of things here. The question is, which team's going to go top 3 finish? I'm going to go with Extreme Slayers.
Oh, yeah. Same. Extreme Slayers, they got more of the zone. MEZEXIS, They're in a great spot to push in together as 4, though, against the isolated 2-2 split. YKG still have 4, I think. So
Oh.
YKG could potentially do something, too, onto the Extreme Slayer side of things. Or they could take the fight to MEZEXIS.
They have all 4 up, and they have 6 eliminations. They're actually leading the lobby right here. So here we go, YKG. This is a really tough spot, though. This nade from Crow could literally totally demolish this squad. Can he hit it? Ooh, just a little too short. I like the fact that they recognize that, you know what, that rock is too dangerous. Everybody picking Extreme Slayers here. But YKG is starting to press them. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, YKG.
They made it across.
I'm surprised YKG made it in here. Doing a really good job. Crow looking to take some shots at an angle. That nade is going to hurt.
Oh,
It gets
that hurt
1.
bad.
Almost got all 3. Oh, Robert heard them jump in. Oh.
There's the
Oh,
pull
this-
pin.
Oh, does he hear Chico? How? How does he know?
Oof. One more nade. That's all it takes. Oh, he sees the sightlines. Chico does apply that pressure. He throws that nade out in that same direction. And Crow getting the advantage here. I mean, YKG just stuck. Trying to make something happen. And yeah, they're going to get completely finished here.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to Chico now. And this is a 2-man defense out of Extreme Slayers. And look, they're holding both fronts. They're aware of the MEZEXIS angle, and they're dealing with 4 players of YKG. This Extreme Slayers team,
Wow.
this is the Extreme Slayers team we saw in week 1, the very dominant one, right? Afterwards, they were just consistent. They didn't pop off like huge, but now we're seeing why they were so dominant in week 1, and what a great time to start showing up in the finals, Jukes.
Having a monster performance. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS, uh-oh, they catch Remix. MEZEXIS having the best game so far in this tournament to start things off. And,
Oh, no.
Baby Ray getting caught by Baton. That's got to hurt. Joey said, I'll take that point, baby. I'll take that all day long. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Extreme Slayers. Yeah.
I'm just going to walk back those comments I made, save it for maybe the next game. Because
Trying to do a little too much sometimes.
Extreme Slayers falling apart. But, they're reset back to 3. So it's not that bad. I thought they would be down to 2 for sure. But they are going to be back up to 3. We still got 5 teams left. MEZEXIS with 4. Looking like they're ready to take the game. Unless if Chico can do something about it.
Nice. Man, 8 eliminations so far for YKG. Looking real good. So Remix gonna hold the building. Frady catches Fuego, and that's another elim. That's 7. And look how spread out they are in their eliminations. They're playing so well as a team. YKG, Chico leading the charge with 8. I'm sorry, well, not with 8, 4. 8 total eliminations. Nice nade there from Joey. Doesn't connect fully. And this is MEZEXIS, right? Our previous game winners with 3 players up, all stuck in a building here. How are they going to make it out of here alive?
Oh, man, yeah, those smokes, they're going to need it. YKG on the other side taking the fight with Extreme Slayers. MEZEXIS, they got to start going out the windows, out the doorway. Who's going to take it? Down to a 3-way fight.
Chico trying to make some plays against Skyline. Gets caught, though, from the side. Baton clutching things up. Skyline going to go for that finish. Trying to get all these confirmations if they can. Baton catches Remix as well. Baton's on fire. This is the game that he needed even more. I mean, MEZEXIS doing so well here.
Frady holding the angle at the rock. Blue Zone pressing him into the sidelines of YKG. MEZEXIS
the nade!
still coming in with the nade. Robert GG gets Joey. We're down to the last 3 teams. 1v1 now. It's Crow versus Extreme Slayers. Robert GG, 1 HP. He's got to push out. 21 shots. UMP. Can he clutch this out? Crow with the DBS. All he needs is 1 shot. And he jumps across. And Crow almost lost that.
Woo!
Crow went down to just a sliver of health. If Crow was any lower HP before that last engagement happened, we could be singing a different story. But is that a MEZEXIS back to back?
Back to back, baby. Take it to the bank. Remix. I mean, squad, I just absolute insanity so far. To see MEZEXIS, right? Inactive, really lead the charge for his squad. Baton as well. This squad is no joke. 9 eliminations, 1,900 damage. Taking that away from Extreme Slayers at the last second was ridiculous. And somehow it's Kindness with the most eliminations. What?
I mean, he's putting in work. Kindness putting in work. Extreme Slayers, good to see them up there as well. They didn't win, but hey, they got a lot of points. The MEZEXIS with that back-to-back, and I think it's the whole team. I feel like the whole team is really starting to show up now here in the finals. You don't get a back-to-back, Jukes, with off the back of just one star player. It's that whole team is really starting to step up, and MEZEXIS played that extremely well.
Dang right. I mean, you could see the teamwork, right? I mean, they had a crazy chicken dinner the game before. Now they go back-to-back, especially here at Sandhawk. These guys are going to be absolutely insane. And Hyper, bye-bye for your lead. You're going to have to do something here, and you have to do something fast right after these highlights.
The back-to-back MEZEXIS. This is a fantastic start in the finals. And keep in mind, guys, this isn't 3 phases anymore. There's not 3 different weeks you're playing on. There's 3 days you're playing on. And MEZEXIS, I can't tell right now, but they are in contention for first place. They came into that match in 3rd, and they come out with the victory. They very well could be our new leaders right now, which I think would be a big surprise to us 7, even though we did talk about them as being one of the potential teams who could easily slide into top 5. But to slide into first place, I don't think we were going to predict that.
Yeah, we were not going for first place. Okay, MEZEXIS, you're overachieving right now, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. 19 points for this team, 9 Ilms. As soon as you and I saw Remix go down, as soon as BATAN took down Remix, you were like, oh, they're going to win this. By the way, Stream's Layers, though, we got to give them some props, too, because that team was able to still be able to perform 11 eliminations out of them, 17 points. Great performance out of them. And a good bounce back, too, here. Something along the lines of what we were talking about at the beginning of the show when it comes down to Sandhawk. YKG being able to use the madness on Sandhawk to bounce back after just 2 awful performances. After 2 matches, I think they only had 4 points for the day. For them to be able to rack up 13 points here, that's a great bounce back.
Bro, one team we're not seeing, though,
Uh-oh.
and the team that I was saying, man, give them a Northwest Island circle. PASSIONFRUIT, man. You called it out perfectly. They were too spread. They got caught out. That should have been them soaking up a ton of points, but that is such a blunder to have happen when you finally get the zone going your way.
Yeah, and I think Puppeteer must have done their research on them because they knew that they are way too spread out. Fully send it on to Valak, and Valak could not do anything against all the players from Puppeteer, and that's how Puppeteer was able to at least get one of their 2 eliminations. And you can see there, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, even though they were able to get 2, even though they had the right idea once they ended up with 3 players, it just wasn't enough when they went to Hot Team. It wasn't enough out of them. They weren't able to take advantage of what the circle was, which was one of the most perfect circles that we have seen in Sandhawk. For them, not good enough. Get 0 points. Lotus Esports, this was the big question mark for me here. What happens when you're not getting those placement points, and we already know that you cannot get those Ilm points? Rough start for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, luckily for them, right? It is just 3 matches.
No.
It's only the halfway point of the day.
Don't
We
do
still
this.
have 2 full days to go. I don't want to count any team out just yet because I am looking at our overalls, and there's really not that big of a gap at the moment in these points. So it is very possible for any of these teams, even if you're on the bottom of the leaderboards, to really shoot up the rankings if you can start to have some good matches. And speaking of a team that's had good matches, well, we got MEZEXIS. We're going to dive into something special about them. Not necessarily something special, but something special about the performance so far today. What is it, Seven?
It's going to be their performance from League Phase 1, 2, and 3 versus how they're performing in the finals. And when we actually put up the graphic, on the left side is going to be what they did on League Stage, and on the right side is going to be what they're doing on the finals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot see the performance out of them, 1900 average damage, almost 10 Ilms per match, and the survival time in with the back-to-back chicken dinners. Playing off their mind. And right now, I mean, something that we're able to mention too, it's not just BATAN, right? Which was the main storyline out of this team. If MEZEXIS wasn't able to perform, I'm pretty sure a lot of us were saying BATAN might actually end up leaving this team because of how good he's playing. Today, so far, I feel like it's not just him. Everybody else is putting up some great numbers. And the way that they've been able to position themselves, their rotations, everything for MEZEXIS is just working out great.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, take these stats with a grain of salt. What it does tell you is how well they've been playing today, but they need to not necessarily maintain this level of performance, because if you do, you're better than NHyper. But they need to at least kind of keep in range of what they're currently doing, and obviously improving on what they did in the last 3 phases. And they have a very good shot of making it into regionals. And the thing is, Inactive, I mean, he was at PMWI. He got a lot of good information when it came to how these international teams play. So that would be a big stepping stone for them to really take it into regionals and then use the information that he gained from prior events. And maybe MEZEXIS could be a standout team. But as I'm looking at our overalls here, who do you think's in first place, Seven?
Definitely not NHyper.
That's correct.
Maybe Extreme Slayers, because they have performed well. Yeah.
62 points in first place at the moment. And keep in mind, they're 14 points behind NHyper when it came to bonus points. NHyper at 55, MEZEXIS at 53, YKG at 38, Puppeteer is at 26, who are in 5th place. Canadian Eagles in 6th place at 24. 412
Jason,
Nomads, though.
Go back a little bit. Tell me how many bonus points MEZEXIS had.
5.
5?
And they have 53 points right now.
Yeah, they're currently, I mean, the back-to-back chicken dinners, obviously, but that's when the bonus points kind of comes to help, right, for those top teams, and they're kind of rewarded in a way for being able to perform so well during those league stages. Because if it wasn't for those bonus points right now, I feel like MEZEXIS would have a nice, healthy lead over everybody else.
Oh yeah, they would. Yeah, for sure, 100%. They'd have 48 points on the day so far. Now, keep in mind, though, they have 2 chicken dinners and only 20 placement points, which means in the very first match of the day, they didn't get a single placement point. But again, that zone, a little bit wonky, so we'll give them that. But then you have, Canadian Eagles in 6th, 412 Nomads in 7th, PASSIONFRUIT 8, LOTUS in 9th. And then you see BOPE 10, Execute 11, Super Laser Reflex 12. And then you see Butterfly Effect in last place at 7. A little bit unfortunate for them so far. Jason and Co, they definitely have the opportunity to bounce back in our matches. We'll even take a look at the schedule to show you guys what's coming up today if you have forgotten, or if you're just joining us, obviously. As we're going to be going over onto Vikendi next, and then one more time into Miramar, and of course, one more time into Erangel. But it is looking damn good for MEZEXIS. But on Vikendi, I don't think they can do the back-to-back-to-back. I don't think we're going to see a hat trick here, Seven.
You don't?
If we do, I'll pour a Monster Energy on your head.
Hold up a second. That's not how that works.
I'll still do that from last season. We'll think of a new punishment for you, but you know, it's not going to be a punishment. It's going to be a pleasure to our ears. Our commentators are going to drop in a Vikendi right now.
Let's go, baby. Talk about the hat trick. I'm talking about that turkey. You know what I'm saying? 3 in a row. Hopefully we can see it here. That'd be crazy, in all honesty. Vikendi's coming up next, right? We got that and 2 more matches left to go. We talked about it all league stage long about the bonus points, Zute.
Yep. And we talked about how important those bonus points are and how it is not in any shape, way, or form going to determine who's going to be first place at the end of the tournament. Because we saw...
Whew. Crazy. It's crazy to see how insane they've been. I mean, Zute's shocked. Zute's shocked. I'm shocked at how MEZEXIS has performed. Back-to-back chicken dinners. I don't think anyone saw that coming, especially with 15 eliminations here. This is what we're talking about, baby. Hey, you know what? It's about to get icy. I hope you got your coats on so you don't freeze. Let's get it going into Vikendi. Look at this playing path. Looking very, very pretty. Right down the middle here. So nothing too shocking for these teams. My eyes are locked on to see if we're going to deal with the hot drop here. Are we really? Is it going to really happen? I don't know. I hope not, because we saw one in match number 1 with, I believe it was Butterfly Effect and Excuse, and we haven't really seen one since, but Vikendi's one of those little squirrely maps. You never know where teams are going to go. So let's see where they decide to end up, as we're starting to see plays. We're starting to see some teams start to stretch out. And NHyper always going to that south side. I love how the fact that they always take Winery here. And the good thing is that for a lot of these teams here in the finals, they're playing every single match. So they don't really have to worry about having to deal with, you know, teams going back to back to back here. So let's see how it all works out. So far, YKG up on the north side. Looking good. You got PASSIONFRUIT over there in Dobro Mesto, and look at this first circle here, Zute.
Yeah, first circle all the way to the west. Hey, we've gotten all crazy circles here today. With this being in the west side, is this a Dobro finish? That'd be the crazy one to see here out of Vikendi.
Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. PASSIONFRUIT, well, actually, I think they shouldn't, because PASSIONFRUIT apparently, when they get circle, it didn't work out last game. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they need another little hard shift off of it. But this is also Vikendi. I think they'll take it. That's for sure.
Yeah, if we get a Dobro finish, it doesn't even matter if you're in Dobro in the first zone. You're going to have at least 6 other teams get into Dobro. So we'll see how it plays out. But look at Extreme Slayers. They've had a huge day so far today. Same with MEZEXIS now that I mention it. And both these two teams can have the prime pickings of their spot in this first zone. And we all know how good getting that center spot in Vikendi is compared to other maps.
100%. And man, Extreme Slayers dead center of the circle. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy to see how well they're doing here off the rip. I mean, who knows? Maybe phase 1 they did so well, and then afterwards they're like, you know what? We're just gonna throw up a little bit of a smoke screen. Just take a little bit of a break, try some new things, and then come finals times, come out strong. Because honestly, this is looking like a totally different squad here. This is the squad that we saw in phase 1, but like taking it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, I mean, it's finals. Sometimes when finals comes around, teams just start playing better. And it's always good to start off strong, too. It makes it so much easier to keep that momentum going through the rest of the days versus, trying to bounce back. And I wonder how NHyper's feeling, right? NHyper has been playing well. They haven't playing bad whatsoever, but they must be a little nervous, right? Seeing some other teams instantly after the second game pass them up on the leaderboards.
So absolutely insane. It is crazy. I mean, and this is where you just said it best, right? There's some teams come finals time, it's like they just turn into another monster, right? They become so much more consistent. Their aim looks sharper. Their movement looks faster. Looks like they got that monster energy in them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And this is what I've said time and time again is my biggest fear when it comes to NHyper is their lack of just that. You know what I'm saying? Is come when the time when it counts, the ability to just have that best play inside of you. You know? Great, nice return fire shots there from Puppeteers, by the way, out the vehicle to avoid that knock. Very good. They're gonna get to a secure position. But yeah, they take a little bit of, it's like they need to warm up. They need like 4 games to really start feeling themselves again. And in a tournament like this where it's only 3 days, you don't have that time. So I think they need a good performance here. They really, really do, I think, to help them out for the last 2 matches of the day.
Yeah. We'll see how they do here. Puppeteers made that a little bit risky of a rotation. We saw them drive by the Extreme Slayers team. None of them went down. PASSIONFRUIT leaving Dobro, looking to take the dips right here, taking some shots onto Puppeteers. That's a lot of shots going through, not connecting, but he has the ammo to do so. The teams prioritizing a lot of rotating coming into the finals. We still have some teams not yet in the zone as Nate does get knocked. He should be okay there. Should crawl right into safety.
What you gotta do, you always gotta put yourself in a position, especially early game, where you can take shots, but if you get knocked, you can make it right back into a safe place. Some little just poke shots going back and forth right now, trying to reduce some armor. Nothing too crazy. I doubt we're gonna see an insane push here. And NHyper are starting to creep up into this next zone. So many teams just dead center. And it makes sense because we've always seen in Vikendi, for some weird reason, the zone just loves to center up in Vikendi.
Yeah. I feel like if we got hard shifts on Vikendi, it'd just be too crazy, too difficult.
It'd be the finals, right?
It would be in the finals where we see those hard shifts. So maybe we'll see it come through. Ooh, good return fire from the rest of the team to keep Chronix alive for now. He's still driving around with 1 HP, and they're good.
That's good.
Will make it back alive. They definitely wanted to get more center, but yeah, they realized everything is occupied right now.
Ooh, nice park job. Beautiful right there. Yeah, nice return shots there from Kai. That's what I love to see. It's like, in those types of situations, you just got to shoot. Even if you don't even hit a player, he did, but even if you don't, right, it just gets them to just give Kai a little bit of breathing room to get away, and
yeah,
that's exactly what we saw happen. So Or it was Chronix that got away. So nice shots there from Kai. Meanwhile, Execute, right?
Oh.
A team that does too much. Here they go. They're going to be pushing up onto Lotus. Ooh, never mind.
Okay. The knock? Is there a knock coming through? No.
Nope.
All right. So that's good. I thought Execute, it looked like they were executing a full-on push, like they knew there was a team here and they were going to push, which would be questionable. But instead, it gets some good info. They had someone covering as well. And next zone is going to shift soon. We see Ace of Spades and Canadian Eagles all the way in the blue in the east. Everyone else pretty much in the zone.
And let's see where that zone's going to go. Most likely going to set her up, so nothing too crazy. And this is the crazy part about Vikendi. Vikendi, it's such a small map, but it's got so much dense coverage everywhere you go. That's why we see so many teams looking like they're right on top of each other. But I tell you what, each one of them has solid cover ground. And that's why we've been really enjoying watching Vikendi matches. Like in the league stage, they were, I think, the most fun map to watch because it was just action-packed start to finish. But I think teams are definitely recognizing the stakes here, Zute. Right? We're about to reach the end of day 1. They know the shenanigans that we're going to see at the end of day 3. So this game and pretty much the next 8 are so important. You don't want to leave everything to the last day. That's for sure.
And I think the other big thing is these teams see how MEZEXIS just jumped up, right? During the whole entire league stage, everyone was like, okay, fine, in Hyper, you're first, whatever, we get it. Like, okay, we can't touch you. But come finals, all of a sudden, hey, MEZEXIS, we didn't think they'd be, all the way up in the leaderboards, let alone, like, in that first place position. Now, all of a sudden, they are, and that's got to give some confidence to all the other teams.
It's Extreme Slayers that are in first place.
Oh, it's Extreme Slayers. My mistake.
No, but MEZEXIS are on top of the day in points in general, right? It's just the fact that they didn't have those bonus points, which is crazy. So, I mean, but they're still right up there, right next to NHyper, right next to Extreme Slayers. So they did all their catching up, which is solid, right?
Yeah.
Now, a good 2 games, and these guys could put such a chunk of a lead and so much momentum going into the next 2 that they could be very difficult to stop. So I think it's very important for all the teams that are trying to hunt down first place. You wanna put a stop to a team that's got 2 chicken dinners in a row very early on in day 1.
And definitely just look for your own, because anything could happen in the finals. MEZEXIS and Extreme Slayers really showing everyone in lobby how it's done, and it's not just the previous top teams in the league stage. Yeah, they're still doing well, but you can definitely show up when it matters, and that is the finals. This Vikendi game is way different also than the league stage. We usually have a lot more fighting. Look at this one, 64, still alive, Jukes.
Woo.
The stakes have been raised.
Yes, they have. Okay. You got Joey over here at Dobro Mesto looking to get some angles. And this is totally different than the Vikendis we've seen before. Vikendis we've seen before, we saw teams battling it out at the start, making crazy pushes. But now they're just like, hey, you know what? We need these points. We need these points. So we're starting to see a different play in finals. And I think a team like NHyper, I hope they did their homework and really realized, because we all knew it, right? The finals, a total different monster than league stage.
Yep. And usually NHyper have a lot more room to work with, because there are so many teams that fought and went out. Players are gone down. Now it's different. Now all 64 are still alive, heading into circle number 3 on Vikendi. Look at how packed it is, Jukes.
Ooh, it is. It's ridiculously packed. Let's see the zone center up once again. And YKG, Excuse, you got Extreme Slayers pretty much almost dead center here. That's going to be interesting. It's the finals, baby. Let's see his zones. Yep. Yeah, pretty much
A little bit
central.
of a northern
north.
Yeah,
a little bit north. We'll take it. Lotus, going to have to push up a little bit. But for the most part, it should stay really quiet. It should. But this is NA, and teams do get a little bit antsy and try to push up into another team. But honestly, this is the worst time to fight, in my opinion, Zute. Worst time to battle.
I would, NHyper pulling off a rotation. Oh, look at that NHyper rotation. They're going to go from the hard south to look for somewhere central. Do they pull it off? And it looks like they're going to take the old compound that PUPPETEER is at because PUPPETEER just went up north.
Wow. And they do it so smoothly, too. I mean, this is what I was talking about. We're talking about dense coverage. Look at this. Everywhere you go,
This isn't
there's
even a
so much
compound.
cover.
I thought Hyper moved into a compound, but it is not. Let's see how comfortable they are playing here.
Watch out. Pay attention to shots. Oh, not able to catch GK first. He's got some moves here. So Puppeteer's just trying to apply that pressure. Yeah, GK first trying to throw some smokes. His vehicle's most likely going to get blown up here.
Yeah, I would not touch that vehicle anymore.
Nope. Yeah, just let it go. Let it go.
Oh,
Here
he's
comes
in it.
Rin.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
did he? Oh, I was about to say. I wouldn't even trust it. Yeah, Rin's going to come for the pickup. Pick his teammate up, and they are going to be able to secure a compound. Just a little bit more central than before.
Yeah, nice. Out of all the teams on the minimap, no one else moved.
Yep.
Everyone else that was still on the edge, they're like, it is way too risky, way too scary. But Hyper showing us why they are indeed the best rotators out of NA.
Ooh, you said it best right there. I mean, that's a perfect example. Everybody else stuck. And to be honest with you, if I was in this game, I'm staying. You know, it is yeah, 100%. It's tough because you don't want to get into a battle. If you get into a fight right here at this time, you're going to get third party, like almost 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
So you want to play it as careful as you can in this situation. But Hyper, right? With risk comes reward. And they know how to take very calculated risks, Zute. I like the fact that during the league stage, we saw them take even more risks than before.
Yeah.
And that got me excited. But so far, we haven't seen it. We haven't really seen it here in the finals. Could this be the game to do it? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, that's such a huge. I'm still baffled by that rotation. Like, no one else moved besides Puppeteers, right? Because Puppeteers went to an even better spot, and that just so happens to be the spot that Hyper was going towards. You
Wow.
could say it's coincidence, but honestly, it kind of makes sense, right? You don't go middle because that team's not going to move. So you go like off center middle. So you got the left and right side. Puppeteers were on the west side, the left side, and Hyper went that way, and Puppeteers moved away. So they will get the next zone, but they're only on the edge of it. The circle does go north once again.
Wow. All right. Zone starting to lead north. Creechats is still wide open. Not one team is really taking it. I think they're all thinking that there's players already there, but it is wide open for the taking. PASSIONFRUIT, LOTUS, MEZEXIS. Man, so many squads are going to have to start pushing onto this real quick. And meanwhile, Canadian Eagles are going to be set up pretty good. Extreme Slayers, not so bad in a position. They're going to have to start moving up, though, as well. They are right here on the edge.
Extreme Slayers, huge games today. This time they're going to have to be able to fight their way in, and they're going to have to start fighting now against Execute. Execute crashing onto the edge, taking the 4v4. Freddy's got the nade in hand, and yeah, there's going to be so many fights going on, Jukes. Can Execute pull this off? Can Freddy mount the defense? He catches one, and has time to go for the thirst as well.
Gets the confirmation, right? Take that point. You never know what's going to happen. And you got to take him while you can get him. So meanwhile, Killswitch trying to be able to get a little bit of revenge here. Throws the nade, does miss. And now Freddy's got one. They're going to be throwing one back at each other. But Killswitch nails it. All right, Killswitch. Let's see him turn things up. He's got all the angles in the world. A couple little DBS shots here. Trying to make things happen.
Remix went
Execute.
down. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's 3 down.
They are picking Extreme Slayers apart. This has got to get them hyped up here.
Oh, yeah, this is huge. Extreme Slayers looked so strong, so unstoppable in their previous games. Execute are here to play. It is all down to Robert. I want to see Execute finish this out cleanly. I don't want to see them lose a single player here.
Oh!
They lose 2. The third one.
Oh, goodness! Oh!
Fate with the clutch.
Fate. Oh, my. Oh, buddy, that was way too close for comfort. But, hey, Fate clutching it up for his team. That's going to help definitely build faith in him. Meanwhile, look at this. We got 3 squads here. We talked about those third parties, right? You try to go for a fight. That third party's coming quick. LOTUS does get eliminated, but now it's the two of the top teams in the lobby. This is huge. MEZEXIS versus Hyper.
Ren's got the DBS. I think everyone's got the DBS. Oh, there's another knock coming through. MEZEXIS down to 2. Blue Zone's closing in, but they are safe in zone. Is Hyper going to pressure this? They have the advantage for now, 3v2. They're going to allow a revive. 1 revive goes through. Nade in hand, GK first. Trying to find some sort of angle to tosses. He's going to try and bank it off. Is it good? It might be. No, it does not land. Koi off to the side, gets knocked by himself.
That's gotta hurt, but GK first clutches it up and returns the favor with that DBS. And here comes Baton, though. Baton, not a player you want to mess with, that's for sure. Who is gonna make it happen to the CQC? He's gonna be in a 1v2 situation really quickly here. Oh, he actually pulled a pin and goes down. GK first, clutching things up. And avoiding a vehicle.
Who's this? Execute.
It's Execute.
Execute are here once again, fighting their way in all the way through up to 5 eliminations. And MEZEXIS goes out off the third party of Execute. Execute are here to clean up the scraps. There's still 2 of N-Hyper up. The zone, by the way, Jukes has shifted north, but we haven't even got a chance to look at it because of so much fighting.
Oh my goodness, and GK first gets lit up like crazy, and he is gone just like that. So, N-Hyper, MEZEXIS eliminated. This is going to open the door for a lot of those teams that are in that mid-pack, all right, or below that top 3, trying to push up here the best they can. Fate's going to take the only working vehicle they have and try to make it to safety. Oh, but it's getting just shot up like crazy.
Yeah, that exit did not look smooth. Canadian Eagles on the eastern side here, taking a fight with SLR. Every time we see SLR, I feel like they're just all split up, holding behind cover, not doing anything, just kind of waiting. And Canadian Eagles will pick them apart one by one. We've seen SLR lose so many fights on the defense, getting picked apart one by one.
Time and time again. And meanwhile, let's see here as XEZ stuck in the blue zone. Yeah, just trying to make that really late rotation on the east side of the map, just getting punished. Meanwhile, Wall Street Bet's going down. We're seeing teams just fall like crazy. Meanwhile, YKG find a pretty good spot in this circle. This could be their opportunity to really open the door for them. Oh, Baby Tang with the huge angles, but not able to get any confirmations.
The zone is closing. More players will be going out here. I think we have lost more than half the lobby. Yeah, we have in the span of just 5 minutes. And there's more to be had. 4-1-2 facing the wrath of Butterfly Effect with Canadian Eagles looking at third party. That zone shift. Look at that mini-map. Canadian Eagles are in a great spot if they can hold this hilltop down. And it looks like they're about to do it. Butterfly Effect, the only challenge in their way now. Kubi trying to get the resets going through. Canadian Eagles, are they going to pressure this? It looks like they want to.
Well, let's see what they can do. D's gonna try to throw out a smoke right now. And gonna go ahead and go for this res. And instead trying to pick up that first aid. But they gotta get going here. They know it. 52 seconds left on the clock. And playing these things very closely next to Canadian Eagles. And right now you see YKG dead center of the circle here. Are they going to be able to pick up some huge eliminations? Because that's the question right now, is which team's going to have the most here in this match. Execute, man, are starting off strong with 6 so far. Now pressing Puppeteers. Here comes Trick, trying to open things up with an aid. Barely misses.
Doesn't connect. Execute have been on a tear, though, so even though they're down to 3, they could win this. It's been off the backs of third parties, though. So this is not a third-party opportunity. It is straight up 3v4 for the side of Execute.
Dog, throw the nade. Not gonna miss the mark. He's gonna try to throw all the utility he can. They really want to make sure that they survive this fight. Those smokes are the only coverage he has. And Fate's gonna, Fate all by himself. He's gotta be careful here. They gotta make sure they do this push as a team. Fate's gonna get stuck in a 1v1 situation for now. Jump shot comes out. Now here comes the rest of the team. And PASSIONFRUIT, Nate, stuck onto, it's just going crazy. Shots going back and forth, and Fate does get the finish there.
Yeah, what's the rest of PASSIONFRUIT doing? The other 2 players just sat back here the entire time. Questionable. That was the most decent effort out of Puppeteers I've seen yet. PASSIONFRUIT trying to make things happen, and they will clear this compound. PASSIONFRUIT crashed onto YKG and took down the 4. PASSIONFRUIT at 7 elimination points.
That's what I meant. I meant to say PASSIONFRUIT as my team with most eliminations.
What is happening, Jukes?
This is crazy. This is crazy.
We're down to 6 team members. When did this happen?
When did this happen, and how does YKG not defend that position? Absolute insanity. Here comes Kubi trying to get some last-second points for his team. Baby Tang with the angles, just absolutely punishing Butterfly Effect. But he's getting shot himself. He's got to hit the moves. And he's shimmying his way all this way to this rock. He's going to have a little bit more coverage for now. Meanwhile, this could be an Execute win if they finish properly.
Execute, yeah, they're still in this. And oh, Kubi gets shot from the Puppeteers deep in the blue zone. That's a spoiler. And from the other side of things, Execute finishing that one out clean. It's down to, I think, 4 teams. Yep, 4 teams, 3 teams. Execute, Canadian Eagles, and Passionfruit. Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades is still in too.
Kiddo's still alive. Last player up for Ace of Spades. Meanwhile, you got Passionfruit just dominating this position. But they got to be careful because it is very weak from this hilltop. So if they're able to defend it strong, they're going to be good. But they got to start playing it aggressive. They can't just hide in the building. Now's the time to turn things up a notch, especially when you got Execute really starting to turn up the heat.
Yeah, Passionfruit also turned up the heat huge. Just blindsiding YKG, I guess. I don't know. Passionfruit didn't even lose a single player either in that fight.
Wild.
So huge props to Passionfruit.
Oh,
Kiddo knows.
He knows what's about to happen to him. So he's just going and saying, he's saying, zone, stop, right? Please, give me a break. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's the finals. You got to pull out every trick you can in the book.
Zone is closing. I think Execute's not in this zone fully yet, so Execute might have to make a play here. Looks like they're looking towards Canadian Eagles. Yeah, kill switch with the nade. Can he get an opening? The crash, the drive up.
Got him!
Baby Tang goes down. Kill switch with the opening.
Bob throwing the smoke. Ooh, right on top of his teammate. That's actually going to eliminate their sight lines. That's going to allow Execute to push here. So very, very risky smoke. Yeah, I don't know if that was the best one. I think it should have been a little bit deeper. But now here comes the real pressure. And oh my gosh, literally looked at that nade right in the face.
You never go for a revive where your teammate was just knocked. How do people not know this yet? There's a new feature. Pick them up in your car that you drove up on and drive back.
Yes.
Yeah, Canadian Eagles down to 2 now, Jukes. They had 4. Now they're down to 2.
Well, let's see right now as Execute are really trying to finish this strong. But here comes Zuko. And the pressure. Oh, this Nate's going to be so good from Nate. Oh. Yeah, goodbye. He said Juancho beat him to the punch. And now, Passionfruit. 10 eliminations. Looking real good.
Yeah, Passionfruit could have just sat in the compounds, let these 2 teams fight it out. But they want the points. They want all the glory. It's down to the last 3 teams. Trick is going to go down to blue zone. Looks like he gets in just barely. He goes prone. Still alive for now. At Passionfruit, they're cooking something, and it's looking like a chicken dinner, Jukes.
It sure is. Ripped the 3 chicken dinners in a row game for MEZEXIS. They had to go out early with a battle with an Hyper, and now we're seeing Passionfruit, right? We talked to them and gave them a little bit of shade for not finishing strong in that Sandhawk match, and they said, you know what? We'll up your Sandhawk match and show you how it's done in Vikendi. Double-digit eliminations. Beautiful nade onto Quinn. And this looks all but wrapped up right now. Just time to just walk out the door.
Oh, yeah. Pushing together as 3. Bob staying alive. Tries to run. He goes down. Yep. And Trick last one up. Execute. Can Trick do something? Nope. Not even close. Passionfruit with a huge win. And in the perfect time, too. Because, I mean, that last game, that Sandhawk game, they must be bummed about it. But, hey, come here and win a Vikendi match with so many elimination points. That looks good. That looks real good.
They needed this 100%. I mean, for their overall morale here, I know that this team has been going through it synergy-wise, but that looks solid, right? To be able to make that push and finish out and just eject YKG is nuts. 12 eliminations, over 2K damage. You gotta give it to Execute as well. Look at that Trick with 5. I'll tell you what, Trick was a massive pickup for Execute. He has been such a difference maker for this squad. And I mean, man, they pulled out double-digit eliminations and a nice clutch from Fate as well to keep the team alive.
Yeah, I feel like when Execute is popping off, it's usually Trick having a lot to do with it, and those numbers don't lie. But Passionfruit, Jukes, Passionfruit, They're here. They're showing up. Are they consistent enough, though, to keep that going? I want to see that. I want to see that out of Juancho especially.
Oh, dude, come on, Juancho, right? Step up. Show everybody what you got. He's got some eliminations going. They're getting it going. We're seeing passion fruit. We're seeing execute, make it happen.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, guys. It's the finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Passion fruit, man. I mean, we literally just talked about this right before we came on air, but a team we were talking about is potentially being that dark horse. They could pick up the elims. Their placement game was lacking, but not in that match.
Not in that match at all, by the way. The way they took on YKG, that was the winning play right there, at least for me. We all have YKG saying, okay, I think they'll end up with the most elims because of the placement that they had. Boy, that was a tough.
No. 7. I think Hotchix and Zute said they think YKG, and we said passion fruit, right?
Oh, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I did pick passion fruit. I've been picking them every single match.
Okay, well, no, let's not go that far. Let's not be that ridiculous. But we can see here 12 elims, 10 placement, 22 points. What's important about that is Passion Fruit had 21 points so far total, including their 6 bonus points. So they just doubled their points in this last match, putting them potentially, you know what? I think that put them in top 5.
That should. Because before this, they only had like, what was it, 3 placement points, and that's been the biggest question mark for me for this team, for them to finally get the chicken dinner out of the way, back it up with the elims that we know they're capable of getting. I think hopefully this is gonna send an even bigger message to the team overall, to just trying to survive a little bit longer, trying to keep those players alive, trying to work on their positioning. If they do end up having to send it like they did on YKG, I feel like this is going to give them the extra confidence to be able to do that. And they can definitely win those gunfights. By the way, YKG, we thought that we're going to be able to have a great game. Boy, did it end up backfiring because of that push that Passion Fruit ended up doing. And with Extreme Slayers, oh man, the roller coaster that we're getting on Extreme Slayers, I'm not enjoying it right now in Lotus Esports. Kind of answering the big question that I had for them. Are they going to be able to perform in the finals since they are able to get those placement points? Right now is a big downfall for Lotus Esports.
I think we're seeing a big change up in our rankings and a big change up to what we expected as well, but we're not going to see that just yet. Instead, we're going to take a look at Passion Fruit's player stats here in this last match to see who was really standing out for the team. Look at that. It couldn't get any cleaner. Wancho, Nate, and Zuko all with 4 eliminations each.
You love to see it, and even though Valak ended up with 0, he was able to still put some damage at him. Hopefully in the next couple of games we'll end up getting more involved when it comes down to elims, but it's good to see that it's just not Nate, right? Now it's everybody. It's Zuko, it's Juancho being able to get those elims too. But again, let me slow down a little bit. Like you were saying earlier, it's only 3 games. Well, guess what? It's only 4 games, and we've only seen this out of them in 1 match. Even though they have had a good performance, I want to see more placement points, because placement points, I know this team will get the eliminations.
Well, I think the one caveat I have to this, that it's only 4 matches, right, is the fact that they made that game-winning push on YKG. They realized we got that compound, that's the God compound, we got to take it. They make the push. They did it successfully as well. For me, that's a really good sign for them, and I think that kind of goes above and beyond what we saw to MEZEXIS winning back-to-backs, at least in my head, of them just kind of realizing we have to make a play. They did it, they executed it well, and they came out with the victory. So for them, maybe it's a start to something. Who knows? But you know, also another team that's been kind of a little bit under the radar, I want to say. I wanted to make some sort of bird pun, but you know what? I couldn't do it off the top of my head. I'm not that good. Canadian Eagles, they have actually been performing quietly but well, and we're taking a look here at their stats over the course of today. And I know you're seeing like 2, I mean the fact we're seeing like 2 eliminations, 1.25, 1.75, we're seeing what, 4 eliminations at least per match. Going into this game, Canadian Eagles had 24 points, but only 2 of those were from bonus points. They scored 22 on the day, not until this last match, where they obviously took a lot more than this. they have actually pushed themselves in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad that you mentioned flying under the radar, kind of a surprise team, because this was a team that going to phase 1, we're like, okay, this team could possibly be a surprise team if they do end up making it to the finals. The big thing with this team, though, is in phase 3, they had the lowest points that they ever gotten with just 94 points. And after that, they were being counted out by a lot of teams, including myself. I didn't think Canadian Eagles was going to really be able to do much. For them to have this bounce back, for them to have Baby Tank currently being able to perform, Bad Boy being able to put up numbers, and at least almost everybody there within the roster, as we saw in that graphic, almost getting to at least 1 ILM per match. That's good to see. Now, we want to continue to see that consistency, right? Considering that some of the other teams that we expected to be doing well here in finals are currently just not performing.
You know, I was just thinking back to phase 1 when our Canadian Eagles were more about Canadian chicks and how they've grown up, because remember them back on Miramar, they just sat inside of, I can't remember what town we were in at the time, and they didn't bother to move when they had the zone for such a long time, but they've grown. See if they can continue to do so. You can let us know your thoughts about the event so far. Which teams are you rooting for? Which teams do you think are going to be your dark horse? Well, let us know. Use that hashtag PMPLNA, Instagram, Twitter, Discord, wherever you want to be. Just make sure you send it out so we can take a look here and get you guys' thoughts. And speaking of thoughts, what about Passion Fruit here, Hot Jukes and Zute? What are you going to talk about this team who just had a fantastic performance?
They're so fantastic. What can I say? Right? They're fantastic. They're magical. Juancho, best player in the game. Okay? I'm saying it. Saying it right here, right now. We're going to see this man rise to glory over time, right? Kindness, who, all these other guys, I'm telling you, Juanchito, keep an eye out for him.
Everyone else is old news, right? Juancho's the new news.
That's right. That's right, dude. Let's go. It's Juancho's time to shine, baby. Now let's go into this next Miramar match. It's good to see some signs of life from Passion Fruit, obviously. Huge to see also, right? Al and Hyper's trying to make this bounce back. You know, I think that now going into Miramar, this is, in my opinion, their best map, really. You know, with how they play, their play style, having so much room to breathe, I think this is where they could really capitalize on and just really show up with a big chicken dinner. And I think they need to do it right now. Let's see it.
We'll see if they can get it done. And, ooh, okay, all right. On to the Miramar. Playing path looking pretty good, all things considered. It looks like it's cutting down the middle.
And they definitely are. It's a little bit on the north side, this playing path. I do like the fact that it is in the range of El Pozo right here. So a lot of players are going to be able to have their drop locations. Hopefully we don't see another southern circle. I think it's time for it to go to the north. Because as much as I love to joke around about let's sing a Los Higos finish, for these players, it is a rough one. It is a rough one to play because the terrain on the south side is so brutal. It's difficult to drive a vehicle. It's annoying. North side's a lot more composed. So let's see how it all works out here. Looking at the drops. Wow, SLR heading towards El Pozo, and they're going to have it for free. I'm surprised YKG isn't trying to really dominate that position. Meanwhile, yeah, we're seeing people starting to fly out the plane. Nothing too special just here. Make sure you guys, of course, use that hashtag PMPLNA. Let us know what you think so far about the finals, because look at this. Knockouts, Juancho matching up with Trick. Longest elimination, Andres, let's go. And I want to see more players use that bolt action. Oh, man. And they might need it here because this zone, another southern circle, Los Leones, the Lions, dead center of this map. Wow. Now, which team's going to do like MEZEXIS did in the first Miramar of the day? Which team's going to hop in those vehicles and start sending it all the way down to south? Even heading it all the way down to Puerto Payaso is going to be a pretty good idea here. If you can just get in a vehicle, send it down there, loot it up, and you'll be pretty set up to go. And Zute, looking here at this, looking at the circle, this playing path, anything stand out to you?
Los Leones ending?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
It's dead center, but if it's going to be a crazy day as it has been, Jukes, Puerto Paraiso would be where it's going to go in that, as YKG looking to pick up a quick 3 points onto Bob all by himself, and hold! Oh, Bobs! Bob!
Goodness gracious. And was that Joey getting a knock with a Winchester?
Is that YKG losing a player unnecessarily after getting absolutely stomped by PASSIONFRUIT?
It is. It is, Zute. How do you feel about that?
YK, they're losing it. They're
Oh,
losing
look at
it.
Fetty.
Like mentally, it is not looking good for the side of YKG. I mean, that last match should have been their win, and they got stopped by PASSIONFRUIT. Great job to PASSIONFRUIT, but they just lost someone unnecessarily against a 1 HP player. That should have been a free point.
100%. Absolutely brutal here. Let's see what the play is going to be as we watch D full send it on over. Trying to, I mean, look at this. Lotus Fetty is just stuck. Wide open. Not a weapon in hand. Just saying, you know what? I'm just going to hit the lay down. They're not going to see me, and I'm going to be good. And yeah, it looks like it.
If you stay completely still, you turn invisible. I heard that's a thing. So
It works
out.
against dinosaurs, right? Yeah.
It worked out. It worked out. And this zone, yeah, going back to it, Porto Paraiso, potentially if it keeps hard shifting down to the southeast. But this is an interesting zone, right? This should be a zone where everybody rotates early in on just because it's, you know, hard shift away from the plane path as hold up. Hello. Did they make noise? I think Lotus might have made one step too early, but it doesn't matter. The shots are good for Lotus. They catch one.
Oh, what a shot with the
SLR.
SLR. D. Goodness gracious. Can he hit this? Can he hit this? Oh, misses the mark.
and he
And gets thirsted. Brutal. He said, how dare you? How dare you embarrass my teammate with that SLR shot?
Yeah, he
And-
got too greedy with it. He could have waited. He could have waited a little bit more for his
he should've.
teammates.
You should have. But I mean, honestly, you hit a shot like that, you start feeling yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
He's
I
just
guess
like,
so.
oh, I got him with the SLR. I'm going to go for the dub. I'm trying to get that highlight moment, you know?
I guess
And
so.
pays the price for it. That hurts. That hurts. Losing a player like that, especially.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of sloppiness coming out, you know, as we're nearing the day. I think everyone
know-
played really well in the beginning, but now I'm starting to see, like, some mistakes that should not be made in the finals.
We talked about this before, right, Zute? And your experience as a pro player for as long as you've been, what do you feel about, you know, just the longevity of play? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really feel like that's a big factor? Like, just keeping that same energy you did from game one throughout the entire day?
Yeah, it does come into play,
That
right?
stamina?
Yeah, and maybe, you know, their performances in the previous games affecting their mental as well. Like, we saw YKG make a mistake that we rarely have ever seen. And this is the finals of all times for a seasoned team like YKG to make. So, yeah, the stamina is coming into effect, and just the previous matches not going how you might have liked it. Yeah, we're starting to see some mishaps happen for some of these teams.
You hate to see it here. You hate to see it because there's still so much on the line here for so many squads, and it's crazy to me to think to not see YKG make it on over to the Americas Championships. With how they've been performing, though, it's really starting to concern me, Zute, right? That week one, that phase one of league stage YKG that we saw had so much hope for. We're just not seeing it yet again, you know, and it's crazy for us to watch. Meanwhile, we're starting to see some other squads really start to shine. I wonder which is going to be that other one. There's still plenty of tournament left, okay?
Yep.
Anything could definitely happen, but I think the deeper we go, I mean, heck, this game, one more, and a third of this tournament's already done.
It's crazy to think about. I was going to say, I feel like we just started, and we did just start. That's how short this tournament is. It
Right.
is a 3-day ordeal. It is not the league stage as, oh, can he confirm? Yep. That point is confirmed? What happened to that point? That was so far away, maybe it didn't even render in. As another fight happening, Puppeteers against Excuse and Chronix, first one down. Chronix is not having a good time this tournament. Rise finds the second one, does get traded by Matt though, and Puppeteers actually, a lot of them got traded. Puppeteers down to just one singular player. It's all down to Long.
Well, you know what? It ain't long. It's Dong, baby. I'll tell you
Dong
what,
hits
because
that,
Dong gets a knock on to Kai. That's pretty huge. And look, you can see him already on the rotation looking to pick up his homie Kai. And I think that's exactly what he's going to not do as he passes up Kai. Maybe going to go for Lu Jiang.
Yeah.
And
It's
yep,
a better
that
position
is-
up here. That's good.
Yeah,
That's
better
smart.
position for sure. Uh-oh, tries to get the finish. Can he do it? Oh, no. Instead, he's gonna sacrifice his teammate, but get position instead.
So Excuse will be able to reset up to 3. And Chronix is still... Oh, Kai is in the background bleeding. Blue Zone is here. Puppeteers will reset back to 2, and I think that will be it. Faye does not have time to get revived. Is Puppeteers going to continue this fight, though? That's the real question. Rosh going for the other revive. Excuse getting a full reset there. That's huge for the side of Excuse.
100%. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. Where are we headed? Are we going to head towards Los Leones? Oh, baby. Looks like that just might happen. All right. So Passion Fruit headed there early. Wall Street Bets. Let's go back to this fight, though, between Excuse and, oh, Puppeteers. As Dong got knocked, Lu Jiang trying to survive. Head on out. Oh, they do lose. It looks like Kai does get finished.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, 1 elimination for Puppeteers, but this is still worst-case scenario for them.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going back? Oh, he's going back. He said, you eliminated my boy Dong? How dare you?
I think he realizes a little bit too late that, oh, wait, I'm a solo? We're only in circle 2?
Oof.
Yeah, I'm better off trying to get a point here onto Excuse as they're coming out of the blue zone. So maybe he'll pick up that point. 412 coming in here on the northeast side, also fighting in from the blue zone. So much just gatekeeping happening here. Ace of Spades looking to get something done. They haven't had the best of games so far. Shots ring out. Shouldn't be able to connect. 412. This was a team that we were talking a lot about, yet to show up in the finals.
Yeah, you know, we talk about so many different play styles, so many different things that affect players here at this level. And, you know, one thing that really does seem to do the most is just the mental factor, right? And, oh, look at that. The Winchester coming out with some finishes. That's got to hurt, getting finished by a Winnie right there. But the mental game is so huge. And, you know, when you have your team not perform so well off the rip in such a short-form tournament, sometimes that'll force your best fraggers to try to do something special, right? And I think I look at Excuse as a perfect example. Chronix is a monster of a player. But I think he's so far behind now that he's trying to do things to make some magic happen for his squad. And I think that's just putting him in too many bad positions, and he's just getting finished two times too often.
Yeah, and just, you know, devil's advocate here. It could also be, you know, come finals, the pressure is on, and some players just start cracking underneath the pressure, right? And they're just much better and much more comfortable on league stage. Not saying that's the case for Chronix, but there are those situations too for a lot of those players. When it's finals time, their performance starts tanking.
Yeah, 100%. Meanwhile, let's see how Hyper's going to do. They are going to be headed on the south side of Los Leones, looking to park themselves nice and pretty. Passion Fruit rocking a little bit of a 2-2 split. That's interesting. And now we're just watching the calm before the storm. Stage number 2. See some nice little long-range shots back and forth. But it's possible, Zute, we could see a Los Leones finish here. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be fun. Every time I see Hyper moving around on my minimap, they're just like a knife through butter. They're just carving through towards the center of the zone, getting so much info, getting so much real estate when it is open. I don't know how they do it. And this zone shift, it is away from Los Leones. Let's see what Hyper could do here. They're already on that pre-rotate. You saw that whole time. Ren was in the car the whole time before the circle even popped, because he had a good idea of what's going to happen. Butterfly effect, Passion Fruit, 2 other teams in a really great spot on the map.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good zone for Execute, all the way over there on that west side. Yeah, they're going to be sitting pretty here. So they're really excited with that one. Not a bad zone for MEZEXIS either. They just got to push up a little bit from that south side. So they're looking pretty good here. Things start to heat up as we push through the match. Looking at the match ranking right now, Wall Street Bets up on top with 1 point. But actually, the Butterfly effect an Excuse with 3 eliminations each, but they did lose a player early on.
Wall Street Bets still with a 4. MEZEXIS on that south side, by the way, they have to fight their way in, but they have 4 up. That could be a huge opportunity for them. They'll be fighting from the high ground down to the low ground, so if they can win those initial fights, they are looking good. And Hyper have found their rotation, and what do you know? It's pretty much dead center of the map in a very strong compound. Leave it to NHyper to be able to find these spots, right? It's a skill. It honestly is a skill.
And it's a ridiculous one. You know, the one thing that always makes me concerned is as we start going into later stages like America's Championships, you know, they're the sneakiest when it comes to these kind of rotations here in North America. But I'll tell you what, those spots are going to be taken at bigger stages, you know, so much faster. So I wonder if that's going to be a bigger stepping stone for them. You know, hopefully they can adjust for it and try to predict things like that in the future. Because that's the hardest thing is I think we're starting to see teams struggle with even adapting here in the finals. Because league stage, you know, players, squads had totally different play styles, timings, and we're seeing a totally different thing here in the finals.
That is 100% correct. As we got Extreme Slayers pushing into the zone onto MEZEXIS Skyline in a very unusual spot, to say the least. Just parked on the side of the road, wide in the open. Yeah, questionable. Not sure what was happening there.
Little mistakes, little mistakes. And we talk about, you know, especially that stamina, right, coming into play here. And as time goes on, you start playing a little bit lazy sometimes. Your brain kind of turns off because you just think you're like, hey, I need to rest it for a second to kind of get ready for that last end game fight. You know what I'm saying? And it can cause you to make some pretty simple mistakes. And at this level, oof, it's hard to get away with. And it's even harder each stage as it goes. Next zone, where is that going to go? Where's it going to go?
To the north, onto PASSIONFRUIT.
Let's go.
They had a great game. Let's give them another one. They had a strong compound as well. Well, Extreme Slayers getting real close to NHyper down there on the south. Thought it might be a full-on crash, and it centers up, but it gives PASSIONFRUIT and NHyper, two of the teams, very strong positions, and SLR too, but SLR has been really struggling with getting zone and knowing how to defend it.
Look at that live finals ranking. We got to get a little glimpse of that right there. That's nice. 56 points for MEZEXIS in second place. Extreme Slayers on top with 59. NHyper in third with 48. So NHyper has dropped to third already, Zoo.
Yeah.
And that fall could be farther. Who knows? We'll see, of course, what these points ranking are going to be at the end of this whole thing, guys. So always kind of just keep that in mind. We never know what these points are going to look like at the end of these weeks. Oh, look at that. Rin getting a nice knock. Beautifully done. And, yeah, Baby Bray said, no, that's NHyper. Let's just head right back on over here. Oh, push!
BOPE down to just one, down to none. The whole team of BOPE gets taken out, and I think there was like a team day too from the feed that BOPE did onto themselves. So that's definitely not the way you want to go out. Wall Street Bet's picking up 5 quick points. And NHyper, by the way, I like how they play that situation in particular. Usually we'd see some players on the hill, right, for NHyper, get more territory control, get more vision. But instead, they just played a trap style. Everyone just hides in the building. No one even steps out. And Extreme Slayers was not expecting that one.
No, they were not, man. And this is tough because they were so hard. I hope this is not going to be like their phase one, Zute. You know what I'm saying? Where they were just so strong at the start of the games and then start to taper off. We need to see that longevity here from Extreme Slayers. They did lose one, but they do have one elimination, and their position could definitely be in a place that is more desired, but let's see how they utilize it. Stage 4. Gonna be no fighting for the next 2 minutes. Zute, anything standing out to you?
Taking a look around the map, there's a lot clustered on the eastern side, that's for sure, as teams looking to find better positioning, but not too much standing out, honestly. Everyone's set up in some strong spots. The teams with 4 players up, all in the stronger of positions, honestly, I have to say. Execute, one of the few teams with 4 up that will most likely have to fight their way in, so that's one thing I'm looking forward to, seeing how Execute can continue that fighting spree that they had on McKenzie.
You can see Ace of Spades. Yeah, I like the fact that they're trying to take a little bit more aggression here. They're playing this edge, and they need to get some knocks to be able to open things up for them, as they know they need to rotate here in the next few minutes. So they are protecting their vehicles, which is very smart. They're going to need them. And Lu Jiang, the only puppeteer up left, stuck in a really bad spot. And Ace of Spades could be making a beeline for it here. in this next zone. So let's see, where is it going to go? PASSIONFRUIT, you going to get another circle?
Yeah, let's take it to the north. Help out Excuse as well. They're down to 3, right?
Chronix is still alive. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
That is huge for the team. And you can see them, just like their play style. He's all by his lonesome right now, just trying to make something happen for his squad. Wow, centered up.
Dead center.
Yeah, pretty much. A little bit over to the left just by a hair. But, I mean, that's actually not a bad circle for Execute either, right? They don't have to move too far in. They're going to be pretty close to Butterfly Effect. What do you think? You think they take that fight to Butterfly Effect here?
If they get the opening. I'm not sure how much info they have on how strong that team is across the roadside, but it could happen. More importantly, the high ground gets cut off for the side of Execute. So they could play that compound and not have to worry too much about a team just pinning them in, because most of the high ground is going to be out of zone. Meanwhile, on the east side, we had a lot of teams on the east side, right, that I mentioned before. Now they're all going to start congesting here and taking these fights. Ace of Spades with the nade. Good one onto Ji-Woon. The rest of Wall Street Bets, you guys need to help out Ji-Woon right now, because staying up there is not going to do anything for the squad.
I think they just gave up on him here at this point because he's completely stuck out. Maybe he could try. Does he have a vehicle behind him? Can he move? Wow, look at that. Bad with 5 eliminations. He's got all the ones for the squad. Never mind. They do head on over to him to support him, but I'm surprised they don't try to pick him up and move on over. Instead, get shot in the process. This is a very dangerous rotation for Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets, they're finding it difficult between deciding to move into the zone and give up your backs and get pushed by Ace of Spades, or staying still, or not staying still, staying at that spot where Ji-Woon just got knocked and fighting Ace of Spades to try and push him away. Either decision is going to be a hard one to make when you only have 3, and you can see that they're falling apart.
Let's watch here as Ace of Spades trying to make the push. Pre-fires need to come out. Yep, here it goes, and he gets one. Goes for the second and got him! IOI really clutching it up right there. I think that was even Blinky Bay getting some nice shots there on a Jachi. So let's see what is going to be the question. The question is, which team's going to win the match? Oh, boy.
Oh, I think it's time for NHyper to win. Now would be the perfect time. Now would be the perfect time, you know. Just when the other teams think they could pull one over NHyper, this is where they're going to start pulling back ahead. But they're not. They're in a good spot, don't get me wrong. But if the circle goes north, across the road, that'd be tough for them.
Hey, I will say this, Ute, right? I would agree with you 99% of the time, but guess what? It's Juancho's time to shine, baby. I'm going with PASSIONFRUIT.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's see if that zone's going to head north. Where is it going to go? Meanwhile, you got Frady from Extreme Slayers taking some shots down range. Uh-oh, Lu Zhang. Oh, yeah, getting just pieced up right there. I think that was from Ace of Spades.
Yeah, good shots from downrange. NHyper getting some knocks onto Baton, actually, from MEZEXIS. That is on the southern side. We're going to have Extreme Slayers, MEZEXIS, and NHyper, and YKG all stuck on each other on the south side. You can see that right there. MEZEXIS loses a player, and NHyper still has 4 up. Same with Execute. Execute could also potentially win this one.
Oh, all right. Let's see. Where is it going to go? Yeah, Execute's still big chillin' here. Zone, if it centers up, it's going to be tough. That road is dangerous.
Oh, we're going to make it tough.
It is. Absolutely. Meanwhile, you got 4-1-2. All right, going up against Excuse here. Chronix with that huge off angle. He's just playing it very quiet as much as he can. This is a tough one to fight. Is he going to push up and get... I don't think he can see anything from his spot, so he's just going to have to stay there for now. Maybe try to throw some util and get a crazy knock. PASSIONFRUIT been playing this pretty quiet here. They're just utilizing the zone, not having to move at all.
Yeah, I like to see PASSIONFRUIT get a little bit aggressive here, especially onto the 2 teams fighting on their northern side, Excuse and 4-1-2. 4-1-2 taking a lot of damage, backing up for the first aid. Matt, that nade could be good. Connects, does some damage, but not the knock that they were looking for. And there we go, PASSIONFRUIT on the backside.
There we go.
Pushing in. They get Chronix, and it was Juancho who opened up that one. Now Excuse is in a terrible, terrible position.
Oh, both these teams are, and they recognize it. They say, we need to get this finished quick. We need to try to get as many eliminations as we can. Oh. Matt doing a great job. Oh, what a shot. And Excuse clutching it up there, getting some solid eliminations as he's going to go down to PASSIONFRUIT.
Matt with the 1-2 punch, though, onto 4-1-2. He catches one, catches the other. That was a huge clutch from him. They secured the points, the knocks, and they get another placement. Oh, well, actually, placement points-wise, yeah, I forgot. Rules have changed. You actually don't get too many placement points. There's still 9 teams left, Jukes.
Whoo, you go out right now. Guess how many placement points you get? Nothing.
Not many at all. Yeah,
Zero.
Zero's not many.
That is correct. Unbelievable. And Hyper, look at this Koi. All by his lonesome, just putting in some work. Is the bank open?
Oh,
it is not. It is. It actually is. Woo! Talk about a withdrawal on yourself. That's gotta hurt. And meanwhile, inactive. Got that DBS. Is he gonna make the push though? Does he recognize it? I don't think he does.
Yeah, talk about sticky fingers. That was a guaranteed knock if he manages to just let that go. Luckily for them, MEZEXIS only has 2. And I think even MEZEXIS know a self-nade might have happened, but they can't do much off of it. They only have 2 players in Hyper with all 3. Here comes the final push. Time to close things out. Can Hyper execute this cleanly and not lose a single player? That Molly's going to cause a lot of trouble, though. But Ren finds his 1v1 and gets his knock.
All right, it's just Crow in a corner, and he should go down in the next few seconds. And you can see Crow throwing some Molotovs, trying to get some pre-fire, but does go down. And Hyper clutching that up right when they needed to. So they're going to still control the south side with all 4 players up. But it's definitely going to be tough. There's a lot of players surrounding them, but they should be able to make it happen. Meanwhile, to their east, you can see Ace of Spades trying to finish out SLR. Where's the zone going to go? Is it going to head on north once again? That would be crazy.
Oh, give it to Hyper. I don't want to see Passion Fruit. I didn't pick Passion Fruit, but it's looking like it's going to go to the north. More of the zone is on the north side of the road. Passion Fruit have full control on that north side. Oh, that is as north. Well, not as north as you could get, but that is a very northern zone, Jukes.
Take it to the bank. That's north enough, that's for sure. Let's see if Passion Fruit can capitalize on this beautiful circle. They have nobody to their backs. All they got to do is get aggressive and focus on the teams downrange. But you know what? You got to worry as you start to see a lot of pressure come out here on the south side. Ace need to get this fight finished. They have 20 seconds on the clock. They know they got to get going, and here they come. Blinky Bay on the push. Ooh, nice little nade there. Meanwhile, Kindness does eliminate YKG. Extreme Slayers go down as well. Teams starting to get picked apart.
Yeah, SLR is not long for this world either. Down to 2. Ace of Spades surely will find the opening. Eventually, Ace of Spades playing this so careful.
Come on!
They have the time, I guess. I know Blue Zone's closing, but they're on the slow side of things. They don't want to mess anything up. Can't blame them because they're in a great spot. They're also on the north side of the road.
Ooh, that was almost a great pre-fire there from Stellar, but meanwhile, Iowa coming from the side. Oh, they lose a player.
Oh, come on.
That is tough. 9 eliminations, though, for Ace of Spades, so you got to give them some props on that. Meanwhile, oh, look at this. It's just Koi. We missed the fight within Hyper, but we're watching Koi run out in the open and going down to Ace of Spades. 10 eliminations. This is a huge game for them.
Yeah, the Ace of Spades popping off. They could have 4 up. They play that so slow and carefully, all for that last player just to run in there and get thirsted. That is tough. Execute. Now the kings of the southern side. And we have 2 teams on the north side, Ace of Spades and Passion Fruit, and then Execute on the south.
Oh, man. Ace of Spades are done for. I mean, this is the worst position they could possibly be in here. Guacho! 3 eliminations to himself. Bop, bop, bop. And that was almost about to be number 4, and it should be. Yep, and they do get the nice knock. That's going to be Zuko, though. Oh, can he hit this one, though, in the wide open? Mambai barely slips away.
Yeah. Oh, Mamba made it in zone, too.
Lucky. Take it to the bank.
There's one more circle. Does it go to him? Oh, it does not favor him. Oh, look at this Passion Fruit.
Yeah, here they come.
I like this so much.
Yep, take it to him. Take it to him. Secure this entire side of the circle, and then all you got to worry about is Execute.
Yeah, don't get knocked, though, because Execute, they're in a desperate spot. Execute will third party anything
I do not
they
like
can.
how they're taking too much time here. I think they should have been much more aggressive and took out Mumbai earlier.
Smokes. It's fine. It's just one player. They just can't get knocked. If they get knocked, that will be terrible news.
It's not just one player, I'll tell you that. Mumbai's got a crazy angle, And if he times this right, it could get dangerous. Kill switch gets a nade onto Zuko. He's gonna cross the street here in the next few seconds. If they're not careful, one more knock is all it's gonna take. Kill switch. Uh-oh, lining it up on Nate. It looks close. Ooh, doesn't, just barely misses the mark.
Oh, a second knock.
It was a bait play. A bait play from Execute with the vehicle. Executed to perfection. And guess who is up left? It's just little Juanchito, all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he's running. He realizes he wants to get second place. He's going to run as far back as he can. Yep. Let the Ace of Spades player go down. So Juancho will get second, but Execute. I don't think any one of us predicted Execute to come out here. But hey, they had a huge Kenny game, and it looks like this Miramar one is in the bag for them.
1v4. 1v4.
Oh, stop it, Jigs.
1v4.
Oh, stop.
Execute with this match. It looks pretty good here. I mean, 5 eliminations, possibly about to be 6 here in the next few seconds. But still, very well done, as we see.
Oh,
Kill
the
switch
pan.
gets it done. Yeah, here it comes, and Juancho going down. Execute with a chicken dinner here. And man, they definitely needed it. So a solid performance from them. Another one, too.
It's 2 in a row. 2 in a row.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, back-to-back chicken dinners for Execute. Huge.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Two solid games in a row.
That's correct.
But they didn't win 2 in a row. But this win was very well done. 7 eliminations, you know, not the biggest of chickens, but more importantly for me, that's 2 good games in a row. So they can start building that momentum. That Bikini one was a tough one for them. This one a little bit easier, but they get the chicken dinner on top of it. Oh, that is just nice for them.
Yeah, huge for them. And at least 2 chicken dinners worth of points right there. Look at that! Huh? Look at the match report. Ocho, the most grenade eliminations with 0. I'm telling you, this guy's a legend.
Oh, man. Wander just had to steal the spotlight, right? He's like, give me that one, too. No one else got a great grenade eliminations? Give me that one, too. Throw me up there 3 times.
Let's go.
PASSIONFRUIT, they are doing really well. Okay, might say they should have won that, but still, that's 2 extremely good games in a row. First and a second. Hey, that's the best we've seen PASSIONFRUIT in a long time.
Yes, sir. All right, well, you know what? We got one more match left to go, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Man, I swear he caught me off guard there saying Execute with the back-to-back wins. It's like, wait, what? No, I had to look at my notes, man. But they do close things out. And also, Hot Chooks called out Juancho quite a bit, saying it's going to be his time. And, well, he had 3 of the spaces there on our report. But either way, PASSIONFRUIT does extremely well. Execute take the victory. We'll take a look at the match rankings, get an idea of how many points these 2 teams got. But, of course, some other teams out there. As Ace of Spades, man, they pulled off a 20-elim game in Phase 1. And they come in with another 11.
I thought they were going to be able to do it. It's the space there, fragging out of their minds. Never let them also being able to get Koi. I mean, they were going to have to get Koi. Koi was running out of the open. And Hyper, too, being able to get 9 points. But I feel like PASSIONFRUIT Esports, yes, Execute, congratulations on being able to get that win. But PASSIONFRUIT Esports is starting to answer a lot of the questions I had and a lot of the doubts that I had too. What could happen if this team could just maintain the players alive a little bit longer? Would they be able to frag out? Would they be able to start getting even more placement points? That's currently what's happening out of them. Even the casters mentioned it too. 2 back-to-back great games out of this team. And as we're going here towards the second page, the biggest surprise and the biggest performance that we have seen so far today has to be YKG. This is not the YKG I expected for the finals.
Yeah, man. I even talked him up as well, saying that I have a lot of faith in them taking this last week that they've had to really figure some things out. But you know what? YKG are just not been able to bounce back as well as they needed to. I mean, what I'm seeing currently, and it looks like these are correct now, that YKG's in 6th place at 42 points. They only got 21 points on the day, and they had 21 points on bonus, so they've only doubled their points so far, to be fair. And Hyper, 35 points going into the finals, and they're only at 67. So they haven't even doubled their points yet, which obviously is a lot harder to do at 35 versus 21, but they're currently sitting in 2nd place with Extreme Slayers in 1st.
Really?
But this is what really kills you, man. The next 3 teams, the 3rd, 4th, 5th place, are teams that got 5 bonus points, 6 bonus points, 4 bonus points. You got MEZEXIS, PASSIONFRUIT, and Execute currently in our top 5. Ridiculous. And again, it's just one day, but
Spring
you know
flashback?
what? It very well could be exactly like that. But let's actually take a look at PASSIONFRUIT, right? You wanted to jump in to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, their phase 1 through 3 stats up against their stats in the finals, correct?
Yes, and I'm hoping that for some reason we're able to showcase average survival time. Yeah, baby, that's the one I wanted to see right there. Obviously, on the left side is going to be phase 1 to phase 3, and on the right side for you guys' screen is going to be currently what's happening here today in the finals. The average survival time, I knew that was going to be the biggest one. I knew that it was the one that they were going to have to work with. And and I'm glad this is showing this too, because I figure if they are able to just clutch up on that average survival time, the Illims are just going to be racking up even more, because this team has just showcased it. They showcased that they can win those fights. They showcased that they can push fights and win them too over and over again. I'm really happy to see that PASSIONFRUIT is truly being able to perform to somewhat of their potential. I feel like they haven't hit their full potential yet. I feel like maybe if they're currently on, by tomorrow midday, we might actually end up seeing the PASSIONFRUIT we were all expected to see here in this fall split. Right now, though, I'm really happy with their performance.
Yeah, and the performance they're putting up has been able to get them into potentially regionals, where obviously Nate has been there before, but they still have a couple of hills to climb, right? We have 1 match left to come up today, then we have another 12 matches to come up the next 2 days. So 1 day of good performance is great, but you know what? If you can't maintain this in the next 2 days, then there was almost no point in you doing that. I guess obviously prize pool, right? You get extra prize money in your pocket, but man, we want to see teams do well, and well, we're starting to see them do just that. Execute, for me, I think that's one of the most surprising. Well, no, I don't agree with what I was just about to say. I was going to say I think it's one of the most surprising things to see them in top 5, but the caliber of players they have, it was a surprise to not see them be higher coming into the finals.
Okay, I was gonna say, I mean, I kind of agree with you in regards to surprising, because they have underperformed to what we expected out of them, right? I think a lot of us had them even finishing league stage and maybe in a possible top 5. They weren't even close to that. And the way that they've been able to play too, they've been changing the roster a lot. I mean, we saw some switches when Kill Switch came in. The team looked different, and they were switching off Casper with Tense. I think they're currently being set with the roster the way they have it. And something that I have seen a little bit more, and that I'll get a chance to look into more at the end of the day, is how Fate's been performing. Because a big question mark for this team is Fate going to get eliminated very early on? Is he going to just be looking to frag out? We have seen Fate being able to take some fight, right? And it has worked out wonder for them. It's mostly going to continue to be that. Is Fate going to be able to stay alive and help IGL his team, which is his main role? Or are we going to go back to seeing Fate being eliminated early on? So far, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of Execute too.
I feel like it's the opposite story of K19, where I remember hearing you guys talk about, well, is HH24 knocked and dead? Then K19 is going to do well. I don't know. I don't know why that popped up into my head. But, you know, it also did pop into my head, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You guys can unleash your beast by grabbing one and drinking it while you enjoy the soothed baritones of our voices. And also, I don't know why I said that, you can tweet to us and also post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPLNA. Listen to your thoughts about the show. Let us know about your... You know what? Let's ask them something weird, Seven. Ask the chat the weirdest question so they post with the hashtag. What's the question you're going to give them?
Of course, you would set me up. Does pineapple belong on pizza while watching PUBG Mobile Esports?
Of course it does.
Yeah.
You know what also belongs on pizza? Cheese. I don't know. This is like the worst transition. Hatsukzute, get me out of this, please. They belong on pizza.
If you said me, bro, I was about to be like, pause. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what? Let's get it going here. Last match of the day. You know what? Who cares what you got on your pizza, as long as you got a nice cold Monster Energy ready next to it? I know you guys are going to be really excited, because here we go. 6 matches here today, Sute.
Look at
this.
Juancho, by the way.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. Dude's on it.
All right.
Coming in hot.
Hey, Manifest Destiny. You believe in Juancho? What? He's got highest damage. Real. Those are by 200 over Trick as well. Okay, Juancho's actually putting in huge work for the team. You know, Jukes, you talk about it so much. I sometimes kind of just write it off. You know, I said, Jukes. Yeah, Jukes just likes Juancho, but man, Juancho's actually putting in huge work coming into the finals.
Built different. Built different. I'm telling you, this is what dominance looks like. Look at that. 13 knockouts, top of almost every single list to start things off in the finals. PASSIONFRUIT doing a great job here. Now, let's see if they can finish strong, right? That's going to be my question for them. They do have that Yasnaya drop, a nice circle for them as well. So let's see. Even his longest to live? That's crazy.
Okay. All right. Now he's just showing off. He's just showing off at this point. Can he keep it up, though, the next 2 days and this game and Excuse and Puppeteers up in the north?
Wow.
Looks like we never got that hot drop settled. It looks like there's going to be another fight between these two teams.
Let's get it going. Meanwhile, we're looking at, I don't see any other crazy hot drops. We are seeing Butterfly Effect, always a team that gets caught into some action early on. Very, very close to Extreme Slayers. And yup, here it is. Cloudy does, yep, they're gonna say their goodbyes. I can't believe he actually, I thought he was gonna go for a pit maneuver for a second. Cloudy actually gonna do a little bit of a U-turn here and try to get to the rest of his squad as they try to loot shelter, and he does make it to safety.
Yep, looks like these two teams will disengage. We're looking to go for some, maybe some runovers, but okay, here we go. So these two teams drifted in the sky in parachutes together all the way here. So the whole time as they were in the chutes, they were like, yep, we're doing this. We are doing this. And it's another 4v4 coming out in Severny.
Crazy. I mean, usually, smart teams will recognize like how pushed up Puppeteers is in this deep into Severny. If you're Excuse, you could just land a little bit further back, like where the church is, and loot everything behind him and really take advantage and then just dip, you know? Yeah. But instead, they're opting to take this fight. It's much more risky, but, you know, sometimes that is the play. Kai, I think, is so stuck out of position out of all of his teammates. He's way too pushed up, and I don't know if he really has a line to get back to them. He might through that back door, but I think it does leave him open across the street.
He's got that level 3 vest, though, with a DBS. So, I mean, if there's anything you want in the front lines, it would be those two things in particular. No helmet, however. So one headshot, and he's going to go down. 1v2 situation for Kai. And,
got
there's one.
Oh, I got the thirst.
Looks like Puppeteers might be ending this one real early now. They're down to 3. Chronix knocked. Chronix, you say Chronix is trying to do too much for his team because he's the star player and he feels like he needs to do it. I think it's the finals and the pressure's getting to him a little bit.
Oh, and gets thirsted. That's the worst case scenario. And now the fight is completely evened up here. Yeah, Chronix just not able to get going. Faye, we're trying to find a disgusting angle. Just Rosh says, what are you doing, bro? Takes him out in the process. Uh-oh. Luzhang, he has to jump over. He does. Gets out safely. Oh, it actually doesn't. He stays.
Still there.
Super risky.
Yep, Luzhang. Can he make something happen?
Got him.
2v1.
Honestly,
looking
ridiculous push from Kai there. Honestly, it makes no sense he made that push. Because he gets knocked, he's getting thirsted. He should have waited. But you know what? It worked out. So
I think Rosh was behind him. The second time around. I think Rosh was behind him. And yeah, Puppeteer's just down to 1. By the way, this Severny is in a decent spot in the zone, so we could see SLR, you know, peek over here. You see one player, XLR, already very close by. And Puppeteers is just all down to Dong. And I don't think they know where he is. You can see Rosh running back and forth trying to bait out shots to get the info. But Dong is not falling for it. You're going to need to cross the road wide in the open before Dong shoots at you.
Playing a little game of whack-a-mole here, you know, just trying to peek out, see if you can catch him slipping. Like we saw Execute do with that bait play with the vehicle, right? That was so disgusting.
Oh, yeah, that was beautifully done.
Yeah, so they put themselves in positions to really expect a person to peek and try to shoot him out the vehicle. And so the second they did that drive-by, you know what do you know? They fell for the bait, Nate peeked, and just got headshotted immediately.
You know what would be like 200 IQ? You see that vehicle come, and you don't shoot at him, right? You let him cross over the road to your side where he's by himself, and then you shoot at him. Yeah. You'd be like, you want to drive around the road? Sure, you can drive around the road. But the second you get to our side, where the people can't support you, then we'll pop the shots. So that would have been the better play in hindsight, right? But hey, you got to learn. You got to learn.
Yep. 100%. Meanwhile, I mean, that's a lesson they learned real quick. So a great, a phenomenal finish in that last one there for Team Execute, and a chicken dinner that they, I think, have so desperately needed. Let's see how they end up finish things off here today, as this is the last game. YKG all the way down the south side. Execute's going to be taking up that ferry pier area, and so far, Puppeteer did lose 3. Excuse lost 1. And everybody started to make that great migration on over to this next zone, Zute.
Yeah, it might be a slower rotation out of everybody because it's once again one of those 50-50s. Is it going to go to the north of the river or back down south? And obviously the strong positions right in the middle where you get, you know, the options pretty much all taken. So that's why we see so many other teams taking their time, because they know these spots are taken, and they're going to wait to see that 50-50 before they make the wraparound rotations. And Hyper, one of those teams in particular, probably going to vie for the optional play and stay on the outer circles.
And let's see, as Nate's taking some shots there, just trying to play a little bit of keep away, see if he can catch something slipping. Not able to hit the mark. And they are now heading a little bit more north. This is a very interesting circle because it could still shift south, right? It could still shift south. Yeah. It can go north. It can go pretty much almost anywhere. So right now, teams are trying to put themselves in the best position to kind of predict where the next zone's going to go.
That was a close one. They almost crashed right into that compound. And 2 of Wall Street bets here. The rest of the squad far away, not quite close by yet. And 24K from YKG gets a knock, and Fishy, is he going to get confirmed? It looks like he did manage to get out of sight range. Nope, 24K pops right back up and takes that point away.
Oh, boy. All right, let's see here as points are getting stolen left and right, and let's see where this next zone's going to go. Is it going to center up? If it does, that's a ridiculously tough zone to deal with. Oh man. Yep.
That's a nasty one, Jukes.
This is a tough one here. There's a few still spots that are really, really good checkpoints available. I think we're starting to see Butterfly try to head to that one right there just south of them. But at the same time, you know, gas station, not the best spot really here in this next zone. It's really difficult to defend from that north side. But you see, Hyper, I think they don't have very much choice. They're going to have to take it up.
Yeah, no, and Hyper's actually at that little grandma house next to the bridge with that watchtower, which is, in my opinion, a very strong position this late. Hold on, this isn't even late game. I just assume it's late game because it looks like we're about to go into all-out chaos and mayhem. But yeah, this spot right here for Hyper, it's a strong position. It's a very strong position, especially for a team that knows how to play a little bit split up like this. Yeah, you don't see a lot of teams play this position that Koi is in. They're usually all 4 huddled inside that one compound, that one house. And that's why. That is why. But they should be able to stabilize if they know what they're doing out here.
Meanwhile, let's see if the rest of the teams know what they're doing. Koi getting knocked on that angle is tough.
Yeah, hold on. I thought they had the watchtower as well, which is why they had Koi all the way out there. No. They don't even have the watchtower. I thought they had the watchtower under control so Koi could be out there. Oh man, Hyper looking really shaky. But we called it out before. The desk said it too. Koi sometimes does go for these angles that end up costing him.
That is tough, yeah. So, I mean, Super Lazy Reflex look like the team that are going to be taking up that station. You can see Hyper trying to get it going here at Alamo. And you can see Kaida's taking some shots over at D. They are taking that tower, and that tower is pretty strong from that position. But as long as they're able to protect their vehicles, they got to worry about their other side. But so far, I don't think Excuse is really keeping an eye in this direction. Oh wow, nice what shots. A shot from GK First.
Oh, I think he fired. I'm like recounting the audio sounds. Yeah, he fired 3 shots, landed all 3 right there. That's how. I mean, that's why GK First is the like elimination monster right now. As Wall Street Bets fighting with Lotus, a self-name Anders.
Ouch.
Oh, you don't want to do that here, but he makes up for it.
Yep. You got to make up for it. You got to take out everybody here. You got to take out everybody. He does get the thirst, and now you can see him getting aggressive. Yeah, he's trying to make up for that nade that really hurt his teammate. He's going to go for the res here. Yeah, instead of going for that full finish, he just decides to hedge his bets and get that res going. Uh-oh, Jiwoon. Is the bank open?
And nope, their first floor.
Safe.
And oh, look at that circle shift. It goes right on to PASSIONFRUIT, but PASSIONFRUIT getting into a huge fight. It looks like Zuko is down. PASSIONFRUIT's so split up on that eastern side right now.
They're losing players left and right. I think there's only one player up.
Oh, that's an 8.
Yep. And that might just do it here. Bad. Looking to make the push. Just has to go ahead and get a little bit of a first aid off, and Jiwoon gets the finish there onto Lotus. Actually, no, Juan's still alive. Let's see. Jiwoon goes down. Oh, nice shots there from Bad. Yeah, Bad with that S12K. Been really, really solid for his team. He's been putting up crazy eliminations as well.
Well, Sherbet's down to 2. They're going to need a miracle if they want to get more points here. The zone did shift over to that eastern side, and it is just cut in half. Now it's a west and east situation. That river's staying in play the entire time. Got 4-1-2. 4-1-2 nowhere to be seen so far today. This is one of the teams that we were expecting to maybe really do something, but having a really rough start.
Yeah, this is crazy how this game is going to be the end of an entire third of the tournament. You can see Baton getting some return shots. He's trying to save that buggy. Ooh, gets popped a couple times too. Nice shots there from Free Point.
Yeah, he took down the wheel just a second earlier, so that buggy not being able to be used. Tries to get the bullet underneath the buggy, doesn't find it. Baton should be safe. Pick up for Baton, please. I see the rest of MEZEXIS is still kind of chilling, sitting in their compounds. Need some help there.
I think they're just giving them room to breathe. They're saying, you know what, bro? You do whatever you want, okay? You do whatever you want. You've been doing good. So let's see if it ends up working out for him. Meanwhile, you see Extreme Slayer's Baby Brain just doing circles right now. Donuts in the field. Just testing out those Tesla tires. Execute. Yeah, pushing excuse. Rosh trying to mount a defense, not able to do so. Kai probably going to go for a thirst on the kill switch here.
Yep.
And then see what's going to happen from there.
Oh, yeah, he finds it.
Matt.
1v2.
Meanwhile, yep, Casper with the DBS gets pieced up a little bit, but good teamwork right there. Execute's going to get the better of excuse.
Yeah, Execute do lose 1, though, but honestly, for how well they've done today, 3 points, trading it for 1 player, not too bad, right? At least they're ending off the day off with some points, and who knows, they could do a lot with 3 members still up. They are in a tough spot in the zone, though, coming in from that north side.
For sure. One team in particular I'm looking at, of course, PASSIONFRUIT. They end up losing 3 players, so it's just Nate all to his lonesome over there in Yasnaya. You can see him right there. He's just trying to get some remaining points for his squad. Where's the zone going to go, though? Put it in the water. Why not? Put it right there in the river.
Oh, we'll see. Extreme Slayer's in a great spot on the east side, and Hyper in the opposite side, but Hyper are down to 3. Extreme Slayer's still with 4 up, and it goes to the east. Extreme Slayer's sitting pretty. We could even see a Yasnaya finish if it goes further to that eastern side, and we might see some swimmers now, as there is very, very little land left to play in.
100%. And the gas station's going to come in huge from this spot here. And Extreme Slayers are holding it down. Meanwhile, let's look at Puppeteers. Puppeteers are done. 4-1-2 on the run. And MEZEXIS, wow. Some nice shots right there at the end. End up taking them down there. Baton getting the confirmation. Very, very nice.
Oh, Free Point.
Did they not even see a Free Point? Oh, Free Point. Hey, if you don't move, they can't see you.
Yeah, they have no idea Free Point is here. He's chilling. He's so still that, just stare into the wall, because that's how confident he is. Well, MEZEXIS, they pick a point, but they still need to pick up their rotation, because they are still stuck on the western side. It looks like they're going to wrap all the way around into Yasnaya, wrapping through the north side.
Yep. Yeah, just do a nice, big, long wrap there. It's going to be nice and safe. They're going to probably have to deal with SLR and Execute, thinking about doing the same exact plan. But that out of all the different areas you can go to, that's definitely the safest. And Crow catches kindness.
Maybe they just push now. That's an opening.
That is an opening, but that Alamo's so hard to push with that broken wall there. But you know what? They're gonna make it. They're gonna go ahead and push it too. And Hyper do get a couple of shots off.
Oh, they get 2 now.
They get three.
MEZEXIS is down to 1, just like that.
Crow down to 1 HP as well, and then out comes kindness.
It's done. Wow.
Beautifully done. And this is why we talk about this. This is one of the most difficult places to push. That broken wall just leaves you completely out in the open.
Yeah.
And Hyper take advantage of it.
Yeah. One of the best at defense, and Hyper, even though they're down, can't count them out. And Execute, hey, they did the swim strat game 1. It worked out pretty well for them. They're going to do the swim strat, or actually, they don't even have to swim. They have a ridge line to play with over there. So if the circle goes east again, then they could swim over. So Execute electing to take this area. They're clearing that wizard tower to make sure no one's ratting up on the second floor, because we saw that happen just a second ago with 412.
Very, very smart play. So Execute are going to look to lean more towards the bridge. So they're going to try to hold that down. Extreme Slayers holding the other side. Looks like they got a little bit of a split. Robert over here across the street, and the rest of the team holding down the gas station. So Extreme Slayers trying to capitalize here. Meanwhile, BOPE holding this blues, not moving a muscle. This is the stuff that kind of frustrates me about, like, you got to make sure you're in a position where you're getting at least some information. Nightcroc's not able to get a lot in his position, but he's just trying to put himself in the best place possible. But the rest of the team just kind of staring inside of buildings right now.
Yeah, they're just playing the zone. They're waiting for it, because I mean they got a great spot in the zone where they'll make plays happen the next circle. They're just chilling. They're waiting. And Hyper, yeah, in a very tough spot. They gambled on the west side. It went to the east. And Hyper and Execute might get into it now too, as Casper peeking up, taking some shots. We're going to head in the next circle. It's going to pull hard east. And, oh, Canadian Eagles, by the way, Jugs. I think they have 4 up right there. That's a great spot for them as well.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, now they're going to be big sitting. We talked about the circle going east. It went all the way to the west side. That's actually a really good zone for YKG, too. They're on the south. They don't got to move much. And they're going to still have a lot of sight lines here. They're most likely going to try to make a push on either to BOPE or to Extreme Slayers, but the Extreme Slayers being the more difficult one of the two. They could head up to that, use that Wizard Tower as a checkpoint, and then go from there. But that Wizard Tower is going to be tough because they're going to be able to make it to their vehicles, but afterwards, yeah, that's going to be pretty much no man's land.
Yeah, they got to deal with everyone across the bridge, right? And Hyper has great sight lines onto them, and vice versa. Right? YKG can decide to go to, you know, the left of the Wizard, or not the Wizard Tower, the gas station, right, which would be the west, and try and clear out everyone around the bridge sides, because there's not a lot of cover for Hyper to work with there. So it's going to be a tough decision for YKG. If anything, we might just see one more circle pop out before they really make a play, because they're in a great spot. No matter how the circle shifts, they have 4 up, and they can make a play when they really
100%. Casper getting some nice shots there onto Ace of Spades. Very nice. Now the team is, which is the team's going to have the most eliminations? Zute, who are you going for?
Oh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with YKG. Show him some love for today.
YKG, very interesting. I think I might just stick with an Hyper. Actually, no, I want Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers, Extreme Slayers. Give me Extreme Slayers, 100%. Let's go.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers, great spot, 4 up. But I feel like YKG can pull off this push from the outside. That's all the points they're going to need. Still, got Ace of Spades, who could also come in huge with 4 up. Canadian Eagles has 4 up. And I even think SLR on the northeast side that are about to push Canadian Eagles have 4 up. There's a lot of 4-man teams here that can make things happen in this final zone for the day.
And Hyper has some decent eliminations as well, so they're looking pretty good. Here comes Trick, gonna go ahead and throw that nade right on out, and does it hit in the water? Oh, just a little bit off. I mean, talk about going fishing with some grenades, right? Trick just trying to get as many points as he can. Does he spot it? I mean, Execute doing a great job of holding down this position.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ace of Spades didn't just push, man. But speaking of push, Canadian Eagles pushing on.
Here they go.
This is actually SLR going aggressive. They're the ones having to push onto Canadian Eagles.
Got
look at that.
him!
Look at that. When SLR is not getting zone and they have to fight and they push, they win those. They're better off not getting the circle, honestly.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. This is the SLR we've been waiting to see, right? Because, I mean, they do have really solid rotations, but how they defend has been so troublesome. But now, hopefully after that push, they really
push more.
see the light. Yeah.
Yeah. Do some more pushes. Even when you get the zone, push out into the enemy, maybe. Because when they play defense, they just... Oh, it is the most painful thing to watch, honestly. They just all stand still, each in their separate corners, and wait for stuff to happen. It
hurts.
I don't know why. I don't know why. But let's see where the next circle goes, and it pulls up to the mainland. You know, as expected, now YKG have a decision to make, right? I think they're going to take that fight with BOPE, like you mentioned. But SLR in a great spot. They have that compound that's still in the zone.
Okay, so YKG instead is going to take the ridge line, and they do get the knock onto Robert. So now they have this side of the map to themselves. Now, this could be pretty dangerous because you can get pretty much sight lines from a lot of different angles here. But let's see how they hold it down. They leave Joey behind by the shack to try and get some shots in. And YKG, wow, making it there safe and sound. Let's see how they're going to be able to handle against Remix. Ooh, they do make some peaks, but 24K gets knocked. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, 24K got mated. It looks like they're going to be able to get the revive. I love the spacing out of YKG here. Notice how they don't go for that revive immediately and stack a player up right where he was knocked, because nades are going to be flying his way. Extreme Slayers down to 3. They lost a player that they sent across the roadside. Joey's hanging back to support this crossline side. If they send everyone there, Extreme Slayers, they could swing one out to where Joey is, and it'd be trouble for the side of YKG. But
yeah, let's see what Joey can do here.
he's got to time it correctly, though, when he leaves, yeah.
100%. It's going to be tough to even leave in the first place. Let's see if he even can. Meanwhile, we're starting to see SLR put some nice shots there onto BOPE. And as we see, Ophelia does get knocked. Fears is just literally in fear right now, just stuck right behind this vehicle, just trying to survive as long as he possibly can. So playing this spot, this is a very good one here, but you have to kind of keep a 360 view around you because you can get spotted from almost every single angle, and you can see them putting that pressure. Ooh. Nate finally goes down in 9th place, not even able to get a placement point for his team.
SLR putting in work onto BOPE. BOPE had 4. They're cut down to 2 now, which helps out YKG a lot. That's the team that they were worried about on their backside. But SLR essentially holding the angles onto BOPE, so BOPE can't even peek out over that ridge side to take shots at YKG. And Hyper still up with 3. They lost one so early on, and they somehow managed to win the western side bridge fight against so many teams that they're making it across.
Look at that. XAZ putting some... Just kind of keep an eye on the lay of the land here. Oh, why Joey does go down in that position. 412 trying to creep on up, and Kindness shuts him down very kindly. Meanwhile, Jiwoon is stuck in the water as well. Not able to make anything. XCZ from downtown just trying to apply more pressure to YKG. I'll tell you what, though. Ed Hyper has 8. Super Lazy Reflex has 6. And Extreme Slayers not able to really ramp things up. Only with 2 eliminations so far.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have all 4 at the gas station and this zone closes around you in a way where you just end up getting trapped amongst so many squads. In Hyper, they lost a player early in the game, like for free, pretty much. And they are doing so much work. They may as well be a 4-man squad with how they carved through the zones. They're fighting everyone on the way through, and they're looking in a good spot to maybe win the game because the next circle pulls up more north onto them.
It's possible. It's totally possible. Let's see what YKG could mount here, as they are in a pretty good position to push on this ridge line. But Extreme Slayer is going to be coming up right behind them. Nightcrocs trying to get Chico. Ooh, that nade was way too close for comfort. And Chico, oh, he actually found a crate, so he's full level 3'd out. He throws a nade, I think, right back at him, and does piece up one of their vehicles. But Rin gets a knock onto Jiwoon, very nice. And Hyper, man, really turning things up here right at the end of the day.
I mean, in Hyper, they haven't won a match yet. This will be the one to do it. Oh, look at Extreme Slayers. This play, I love this play. They're going to swing out the backside and try and fight in Hyper. But in Hyper, they're aware of this. This will be a 3v3 as well, since Extreme Slayers lost one.
Kindness chunking every single nade he has. He's trying to buy himself some time, allow the blue zone to do more damage than anything else. And in Hyper,
Frady
get caught by Frady. That's got to be tough. Are they going to cross the road? That is dangerous. I don't think they have the smokes in order to do so, but they have the nades, the Molotovs. They're throwing everything they can to try and finish out in Hyper the easy way.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, crossing that road is going to be the hard way. Frady, yep, just gets pieced up. The second he even touched that asphalt.
Yeah. I think Extreme Slayers were too slow. If they were a little faster, they could take the underside bridge as a way of pushing so they don't have to cross the road. But they're down to 2. Hyper will stabilize. And I love how Hyper didn't go for the revive for 1 second. They knew they had to fend off the push, let that stabilize, and then they could get the revive. So Hyper stays up as 3.
Kindness.
Extreme Slayers will get cut down. Kindness picking up the points. Remix, last up, and he gets caught.
Got him. Beautifully done right there. So now Hyper focusing their eyes on inwards, and I do agree, if they would have just left a little earlier, Extreme Slayers could have done something. But I'll tell you what, it's Hyper's time to shine, baby. They're on the other side, but hey, don't count on SLR either. SLR's got the full squad up. They're playing it very passive, but they've been putting in some good shots downrange from these angles. So it's all about who could hit those shots the best. Next circle does pop. And we see yeah, I mean, so many squads need to move on in.
Yeah, YKG has 4. They have a small chance at doing something. This is smart. Yeah, take out the other team that's stuck on your side. Joey is knocked, however, so BOPE has 2 up. Joey is knocked, so that's going to slow things down. And I think YKG realizes they just really need to win this fight. So they don't want to rush this and lose this fight. They know the one afterwards is going to be really tough and probably not doable. So they're going to put everything into this. They're even going to slow down and get the revive.
Oh, man, you can just see all that pressure coming out right now. You see Chico throwing out the nades. He needs to take out BOPE in this position. They do get a crate drop. I wonder if that just fell down. No, I think that was the one that was there a little bit earlier. Yeah, Chico was the one that took all that. So Nightcrocs now forced to run up. Oh, he looks. I think he found something there. And Chico being so patient. Wow, the timing so perfect.
Saw the player.
The flick, and down goes BOPE, just like that.
Yeah, I think for YKG, that's a win. That's a win for sure. Because now when they cross the road, they got Hyper and SLR to deal with. Hyper just firing so many shots at SLR. SLR did end up losing 1 out of their 4, trying to get behind cover. And Hyper are looking so good. Hyper gets another opening.
Wow.
That's GK first popping off.
24K catches XCZ. There's shots coming all over the place. Let's see who's going to win this match, because right now it's just
YKG?
Stellar and SLR is eliminated. It's YKG versus Hyper. Who is going to win this? 2 of the biggest rivals. These 2 teams were fighting for that PMGC slot all tournament long, and Hyper stole it from him. 24K gets a nice shot onto Kindness.
That was the last bullet that he fired off. The fadeaway headshot. 3v2 now. And I like how they're not rushing this too fast. Joey's in a great spot to get close for the nades, and they get the other one. It's all down to Ren. Ren's going to get that revive. Fierce on the flank. No first aid. And here comes the push. Here comes the finish. YKG for the dub.
The run over!
The run over misses, but the shots are good. And YKG, I counted them out, even though I picked them. But they end up getting that chicken dinner. I thought they were done for when the zone went up north, but they played it slow and steady, and they do it in fashion. A huge chicken dinner out of YKG, Hot Jukes. Man, YKG showing up.
Unbelievably clutch. It is crazy. 11 eliminations, 2,600 damage. You know, YKG has got to be stoked out of their minds right here, especially to do that against Hyper, right? The team that took away that PMGC slot right from underneath you. So this is what they've needed. I think they needed this confidence boost, right? We always saw their play style before. It just looks so shaky. So for them to clutch it up here, I'm so excited to see what they do in the next 2 days, Zoo.
Yeah, great game. Great way to end it for YKG, because not a stellar performance until that last match. So we still got a few more days, only 2, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after some quick highlights, and the desk will close things out.
Well, this is the YKG we were looking for, the YKG we expected, the YKG that I talked about before we got into this day, though they didn't really live up to what I was saying before. But they closed things out with a victory with the dub, a much-needed dub, and I'm having some good expectations, some good feelings for them coming into tomorrow, man. That must be a giant weight off of their shoulders.
It's going to be massive, honestly, for them to be able to finish off with a win. I was even starting to question. I was like, what's going on with YKG? If this continues on, imagine YKG not even make it to Americas. I was just overreacting in my head. And all of a sudden, Joey with the nade, YKG with just a nice little win, back it up with the level elims, just comforting me, saying, it's okay, 7. We still got this. We're still in this. By the way, I love that we got a finale there between the two teams that it's pretty much been the storyline throughout the whole season of this fall split. And a Hyper, let's talk about them for a second, too. I can't believe this team got second place, got 13 elims. We saw where they were, and we're like, yeah, there's no way that they're going to be able to get the most
bridge,
elims.
Man.
Exactly.
Extreme Slayers were like right next to that bridge. I was like, there's no way they're getting out of that hole, and they somehow do and put up 13 elims. I think this final match was like our two kings of NA showing, yeah, we still got it, because NHyper have been quiet, YKG have been quiet, and they're like, yeah, no, don't forget about us, guys. We're still here.
Yeah, they were like, we've been giving everybody a chance. You know what? It's time for us to actually show our final form, and boy, did they did. Execute, by the way, being able to back up a good performance during the previous matches with at least 8 elims, 1 placement point. Good to see that out of them. 412 Nomads, currently not performing. MEZEXIS, I feel like we really haven't been able to see much of the MEZEXIS. Hopefully tomorrow we'll start seeing a little bit more consistency out of these teams. Right now, I feel like we're getting just a lot of roller coasters with the way these teams have been performing today.
100%, because right now, 412 Nomads, like a team that honestly have been performing so well over the course of these 3 phases. They finished 4th overall, but they're in 11th place. 15 points in bonus points, 27 points total. They've gotten 12 points on the day. For a team that's been ever so consistent, I mean, the elimination game out of this team, they were 14th week 1, 6th week 2, 6th week 3. Their average survival time, 4th, 2nd, 4th. Like, this team I had pitted to be a potential top 5. They have tanked. And then looking at, 4th and 5th place, do you know who's in 4th, 5th place right now, 7?
MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT.
And right behind them, Execute by 1 point in 6th place. Like, there is a lot of potential things that can happen these next 2 days, man.
I'm excited for it, man. Where everybody thought, including myself, we're like, okay, we're going to be going into the finals. I think I already had the set top 5 teams that are going to be going to Americas. I wonder if maybe one team is going to be able to surprise us. We come into today, we get crazy circles. And then on top of that, 3 surprising teams end up in the top 5. I like it.
It's the perfect way to kick off day 1 of our NA Fall Finals. But we also have to figure out who our MVP of the day is going to be. And honestly, I think this one's kind of tough. Do you have any predictions of who you think it's going to be?
Just from looking at the overall, it has to be somebody from PASSIONFRUIT, maybe Juancho.
Okay.
They have a pop-up performance.
I'm going to throw a crazy one at you.
Oh.
Trick from Execute.
Oh. Okay.
Who's it going to be?
I'm still taking Juancho. Oh, come on. That's awesome, though.
Bro,
because this is a player that's been
elims?
performing so well, too, and he's continuing it here in the finals, and now it's not just him. Now it's also the whole roster, the whole squad. I mean, I was talking about earlier how Fate was able to start performing really well here in the finals. This is great to see, actually, for Execute. This is very, promising for the next couple of days.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I did cheat. I did look at Power Stat database. But I'll tell you this, man. He's got 17 elims. Second closest is Remix from Extreme Slayers, then Wancho from PASSIONFRUIT. So 17, 15, 13. That's the breakdown.
Okay.
But damage, I think this is a really surprising part in a couple different ways. He beat out GK First. So he had 3,200 damage. GK First had about 2,900 damage. However, GK First had 7 eliminations less than him. But still, I mean, we've talked about Trick as being a potential power player for Execute, and it's nice to see he can step up when he's given the opportunity.
Yeah, it comes down to consistency, right? We want to see this again tomorrow. Maybe not the MVP. Maybe that might be asking a little bit much of him. But if he's able to put up those elims and Fate and the rest of the squad also continues to put up numbers, this could be interesting considering, I'm telling you, roller coasters from everybody today.
Yeah, And you know what? Hopefully some more roller coasters to come up in the next 2 days. But before we can end off the show, I got to remind you guys once again to make sure to tweet and post with the hashtag PMPLNA. Hopefully you guys have answered Seven's question about pineapple if it belongs on pizza. I say yes. Seven.
does.
Oh, I was going to say something so different. But yeah, I knew you would say yes. I'm not going to say why I knew that.
I almost
but-
got punched in Italy, actually, for asking pineapple on pizza. So you better watch out.
Yeah, you might get punched in Poland, but that's for a different reason. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's end off our first day of our finals here at PMPLNA. But we still have 2 days of action, so make sure you guys tune in at the exact same time to find out which new teams are going to break through into our top 5. We'll see you then.
Throws the grenade, but Bane comes in.
He does it! He does it! He